Section 1 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series by Richard Harris Barham. The Lord of Thoulouse, A Legend of Languedoc. Veluti in Speculum, Theatre Royal, Covent Garden. Count Raymond rules in Languedoc, o'er the Champagne fair and wide, with town and stronghold many a one, washed by the wave of the blue Garonne, and from far Auvergne to Roussillon, and away to Narbonne, and the mouths of the Rhone, and his Lyonnois silks and his Narbonne honey bring in his lordship a great deal of money. 1,000 lances, stout and true, attend Count Raymond's call, and knights and nobles of high degree, from Guyenne, Provence, and Burgundy, before Count Raymond bend the knee, and vail to him, one and all. And Isabel of Aragon he weds, the pride of Spain. You might not find so rich a prize, a dame so healthy, wealthy, and wise, so pious withal, with such beautiful eyes, so exactly the Venus de Medici's size in all that wide domain. Then his cellar is stored, as well as his board, with the choicest of all La Belle France can afford. Chambertin, Chateau Margaux, La Rose, and Lafitte, with much champagne of the comet year, neat as imported, fine, sparkling, and not over sweet, while his chaplain, good man, when called in to say grace, would groan, and put on an elongated face, at such turtle, such turbot, John Dory, and place, not without blushing, pronouncing a benison, worthy old soul, on such very fat venison, sighing to think such victuals and drink are precisely the traps by which Satan makes men his own, and grieving o'er scores of huge barbecued boars, which he thinks should not darken a Christian man's doors, though 'twas all very well pagan poets should rate him as animal propter convivia natum. He was right, I must say, for at this time of day, when we're not so precise, whether cleric or lay, with respect to our food, as in times so passé, we still find our boars, whether grave ones or gay, after dinner, at least, very much in the way. We spell the word now with an E, not an A. And as honest Père Jacques was inclined to spare diet, he gave his advice to all grades of society. Think less of pudding, and think more of piety. As to his clothes, oh, nobody knows what lots the Count had of cloaks, doublets, and hose, pantoufles with bows, each as big as a rose, and such shirts with lace ruffles, such waistcoats, and those indescribable garments it is not thought right to do more than whisper to oreille polite. Still, in spite of his power, and in spite of his riches, in spite of his dinners, his dress, and his, which is the strangest of all things, in spite of his wife, the Count led a rather humdrum sort of life. He grew tired, in fact, of mere eating and drinking, grew tired of flirting and ogling and winking at nursery maids as they walked the parades, the crescents, the squares, and the fine colonnades, and the other gay places which young ladies use as their promenade through the good town of Toulouse. He was tired of hawking and fishing and hunting, of billiards, short whist, chicken hazard, and punting, of popping at pheasants, quails, woodcocks, and peasants, of smoking and joking and soaking, provoking such headaches next day as his fine Saint Péray, though the best of all Rhone wines, can never repay, till, weary of war, women, roast goose, and glory, with no great desire to be famous in story, all the day long. This was his song. Oh, dear, what will become of us? Oh, dear, what shall we do? We shall die of blue devils if some of us can't hit on something that's new. Meanwhile his sweet countess, so pious and good, such pomps and such vanities, stoutly eschewed, with all fermented liquors and high-seasoned food, devilled kidneys and sweetbreads and ducks and green peas, baked sucking pig, goose, and all viands like these, hashed calf's head included, no longer could please. A curry was sure to elicit a breeze, so was ale, or a glass of port wine after cheese. Indeed, anything strong, as to tipple, was wrong. She stuck to fine hyson, boya, and souchong, and similar imports direct from Hong Kong. In vain does the family doctor exhort her to take with her chop one poor half pint of porter. No, she alleges, she's taken the pledges. Determined to aid in a general crusade against publicans, vintners, and all of that trade, and to bring in sherbet, ginger pop, lemonade, eau sucrée, and drinkables mild and home-made. So she claims her friends' efforts and vows to devote all hers solely to found the Toulousian Teetotalers. Large sums she employs in dressing small boys in long duffel jackets and short corduroys, and she boxes their ears when they make too much noise. In short, she turns out a complete Lady Bountiful, filling with drugs and brown Holland the county full. Now, just at the time when our story commences, it seems that a case past the common took place, to entail on her ladyship further expenses in greeting with honour befitting his station the Prior of Arles with the temperance legation, dispatched by Pope Urban, who seized this occasion to aid in diluting that part of the nation. An excellent man, one who stuck to his can of cold water without, and he'd take such a lot of it, none of your sips that just moisten the lips. At one single draught he'd toss off a whole pot of it. No such bad thing, by the way, if they bring it you iced, as at Verray's, or fresh from the spring, when the dog star compels folks in town to take wing, though I own even then I should see no great sin in it, were there 3 drops of St. Felix's gin in it. Well, leaving the lady to follow her pleasure and finish the pump with the prior at leisure, let's go back to Raymond, still bored beyond measure, and harping away on the same dismal lay. Oh dear, what will become of us? Oh dear, what can we do? We shall die of blue devils if some of us can't find out something that's new. At length, in despair of obtaining his ends by his own mother wit, he takes courage and sends, like a sensible man as he is, for his friends. Not his Lyndhursts or Eldons or any such high sirs, but only a few of his backstairs advisers. "Come hither," says he, "my gallants so free, my bold Rigmarole, and my brave Rigmaree, and my grave Baron Proser. Now listen to me. You 3 can't but see I'm half dead with ennui. What's to be done? I must have some fun, and I will, too, that's flat, aye, as sure as a gun. So find me out something new under the sun, or I'll knock your 3 jubbernauls all into one. You 3 agree. Come, what shall it be? Resolve me, propound in 3 skips of a flea." Rigmarole gave a ha, Rigmaree gave a him. They looked at Count Raymond at them, as much as to say, "Have you nihil ad rem?" At length Baron Proser responded, "You know, sir, that question's some time been a regular poser. Dear me, let me see. In the way of a spree, something new, eh? No. Yes. No. 'Tis really no go, sir," says the Count. "Rigmarole, you're as jolly a soul on the whole as King Cole with his pipe in his bowl. Come, I'm sure you'll devise something novel and droll." In vain. Rigmarole, with a look most profound, with his hand to his heart and his eye to the ground, shakes his head as if nothing was there to be found. "I can only remark that as touching a lark I'm as much as your highness can be in the dark. I can hit on no novelty, none, on my life, unless peradventure you'd tea with your wife." Quoth Raymond, "Enough, nonsense, humbug, fudge, stuff, Rigmarole, you're an ass. You're a regular muff. Drink tea with her ladyship? I? Not a bit of it. Call you that fun? Faith, I can't see the wit of it. Mort de ma vie, my dear Rigmarole, you're the man after all. Come, by way of a fee, if you will but be bright. From the simple degree of a knight I'll create you at once a marquis. Put your conjuring cap on, consider and see if you can't beat that stupid old sumph with his tea. That's the thing. That will do. Ah, marry, that's new, cries Rigmarole, rubbing his hands. That will please. My conjuring cap, it's the thing. 'Tis the cheese. It was only this morning I picked up the news. Please your highness, a conjurer's come to Toulouse. I'll defy you to name us a man half so famous for devildoms, sir. It's the great Nostradamus. Cornelius Agrippa, 'tis said, went to school with him. Gingeld's an ass, and old Faustus a fool to him. Talk of Lily, Albertus, Jack D. Poof, all six he'd soon put in a pretty particular fix. Why, he'd beat at digesting a sword or gun tricks. The great northern wizard himself, all to sticks. I should like to see you try to sauter le coup with this chap at short whist or unlimited loo. By the Pope, you'd soon find it a regular do. Why, he does as he likes with the cards when he's got 'em. There's always an ace or a king at the bottom. Then for casting nativities, only you look at the volume he's published, that wonderful book. In all France not another, to swear I dare venture, is like, by long chalks, his prophetical centuries. Don't you remember how, early last summer, he warned the late king against the tournament mummery? Didn't his majesty call it all flummery, scorning the warning? And get the next morning his poke in the eye from that clumsy Montgomery. Why, he'll tell you before you're well inside his door all your highness may wish to be up to, and more. Bravo! Capital! Come, let's disguise ourselves quick. Fortune's sent him on purpose here, just in the nick. We'll see if old Hocus will smell out the trick. Let's start off at once. Rigmarole, you're a brick. The moon in gentle radiance shone o'er lowly roof and lordly bower, o'er holy pile and armed tower, and danced upon the blue Garonne. Through all that silvered city fair, no sound disturbed the calm, cool air, save the lover's sigh alone, or where perchance some slumberer's nose proclaimed the depth of his repose, provoking from connubial toes a hint or elbow bone. It might, with such trifling exceptions, be said that Toulouse was as still as if Toulouse were dead, and her oldest inhabitant buried in lead. But hark! A sound invades the ear of horses' hoofs advancing near. They gain the bridge, they pass, they're here. Side by side, two strangers ride, for the streets in Toulouse are sufficiently wide. That is, I'm assured they are, not having tried. See, now they stop near an old-looking shop, and they knock, and they ring, and they won't be denied. At length, the command of some unseen hand, chains and bolts and bars obey, and the thick-ribbed oaken door, old and grey in the pale moonlight, gives slowly way. They leave their steeds to a page's care, who comes mounted behind on a Flanders mare, and they enter the house, that resolute pair, with a blundering step but a daredevil air, and ascend a long, darksome and rickety stair, while, armed with a lamp that just helps you to see how uncommonly dark a place can be, the grimmest of lads, with the grimmest of grins, says, "Gentlemen, please to take care of your shins. Who ventures this road need be firm on his pins. Now, turn to the left, now, turn to the right, now a step, now stoop, now again upright. Now turn once again, and directly before you is the door of the great doctor's laboratory. A word, a blow, and in they go. No time to prepare or to get up a show, yet everything there they find quite comme il faut, such as queer-looking bottles and jars in a row, retorts, crucibles, such as all conjurers stow in the rooms they inhabit, huge bellows to blow the fire burning blue with its sulphur and tow. From the roof a huge crocodile hangs rather low, with a tail such as that which we all of us know Mr. Waterton managed to tie in a bow. Pickled snakes, potted lizards, in bottles and basins, like those at Morell's or at Fortnum and Mason's, all articles found, you're aware, without telling, in every respectable conjurer's dwelling. Looking solemn and wise, without turning his eyes or betraying the slightest degree of surprise, in the midst sits the doctor. His hair is white, and his cheek is wan, but his glance is bright, and his long black roquelaure, not over-tight, is marked with strange characters, much if not quite like those on the bottles of green and blue light which you see in chemists' shop window at night. His figure is tall and erect, rather spare about ribs, and no wonder, such folks never care about eating or drinking, while reading and thinking, don't fatten. His age might be 60 or thereabout, raising his eye so grave and so sage from some manuscript work of a bygone age, the seer very composedly turns down the page, then shading his sight with his hand from the light, says, "Well, sirs, what would you at this time of night? What brings you abroad these lone chambers to tread, when all sober folks are at home and abed? Travellers we, in our degree, all strange sights we fain would see, and hither we come in company. We have far to go, and we have come from far, through Spain and Portingal, France and Navarre. We've heard of your name and your fame, and our aim, great sir, is to witness, ere yet we depart from Toulouse, and tomorrow at cock-crow we start, your skill. We would fain crave a touch of your art." "No, nay, no travellers ye, nobles ye be, of high degree, with half an eye that one may easily see. Count Raymond, your servant, yours, Lord Rigmary. I must call you so now, since you're made a marquis. Faith, clever boys both, but you can't humbug me. No matter for that. I see what you'd be at. Well, pray no delay, for it's late, and ere day I myself must be hundreds of miles on my way. So tell me at once what you want with me. Say, shall I call up the dead from their mouldering bed? Shall I send you yourselves down to Hades instead? Shall I summon old Harry himself to this spot?" "10,000 thanks, no. We'd much rather not. We really can't say that we're curious that way. But in brief, if you'll pardon the trouble we're giving, we'd much rather take a sly peep at the living. Rigmary, what say you, in this case, as to viewing our spouses, and just ascertain what they're doing?" "Just what pleases your highness. I don't care a sou in the matter, but don't let old Nick and his crew in." "Agreed. Pray proceed then, most sage Nostradamus, and show us our wives. I dare swear they won't shame us." A change comes o'er the wizard's face, and his solemn look by degrees gives place to a half-grave, half-comical kind of grimace. "For good or for ill, I work your will. Yours be the risk, and mine the skill. Blame not my art if unpleasant the pill." He takes from a shelf, and he pops on his head a square sort of cap, black, and turned up with red, and desires not a syllable more may be said. He goes on to mutter, and stutter, and sputter hard words, such as no men but wizards dare utter. "Dies mies, hocus pocus, ad systemon, non est jocus. He coccolorum, don't provoke us. Adesto, presto, put forth your best toe," and many more words to repeat which would choke us. Such a sniff then of brimstone! It did not last long, or they could not have borne it, the smell was so strong. A mirror is near, so large and so clear, if you priced such a one in a drawing-room here, and was asked £50, you'd not say it was dear. But a mist gathered round at the words of the seer, till at length, as the gloom was subsiding, a room on its broad polished surface began to appear, and the Count and his comrades saw, plainly before him, the room Lady Isabel called her sanctorum. They start, well they might, with surprise at the sight. Methinks I hear some lady say, "Serve 'em right." For on one side of the fire is seated the prior, at the opposite corner a fat little friar. By the side of each gentleman, easy and free, sits a lady, as close well may be. She might almost as well have been perched on his knee. Dear me, why one's Isabel. She on the opposite side's La Marquise Rigmarie. To judge from the spread on the board, you'd have said that the partie carrée had like aldermen fed, and now from long flasks with necks covered with lead they were helping themselves to champagne, white and red, hopping and nobbing and nodding and bobbing with many a sip, both from cup and from lip, and with many a toast followed by a hip, 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 huzzay. The Count, by the way, though he sees all they're doing, can't hear what they say, notwithstanding both he and Marquis Rigmarie are so vexed and excited at what they can see, that each utters a sad word beginning with D. That word, once spoke, the silence broke. In an instant the vision is covered with smoke, but enough has been seen. Horse, and away! They have neither the least inclination to stay, e'en to thank Nostradamus or ask what's to pay. They rush down the stair, how they know not, nor care. The next moment the Count is astride on his bay, and my Lord Rigmarie on his mettlesome grey. They dash through the town, now up and now down, and the stones rattle under their hoofs as they ride, as if poor Toulouse were as mad as Cheapside. Through lane, alley, and street, over all that they meet, the Count leads the way on his courser so fleet, my Lord Rigmarie close pursuing his beat, with the page in the rear to protect the retreat. Where the bridge spans the river so wide and so deep, their headlong career o'er the causeway they keep, upsetting the watchman, 2 dogs and a sweep, all the town population that was not asleep. They at length reached the castle, just outside the town, where, in peace it was usual with knights of renown, the portcullis was up, and the drawbridge was down. They dashed by the sentinels, France et Toulouse, every soldier. They then wore cocked hats and long queues, appendages banished from modern reviews. His arquebus lowered and bowed to his shoes, while Count Raymond pushed on to his lady's boudoir. He had made up his mind to make one at her soirée. He rushed to that door, where ever before he had rapped with his knuckles and tirled at the pin, till he heard the soft sound of his lady's "Come in." But now, with a kick from his iron-heeled boot, which, applied to a brick wall, at once had gone through't, he dashed open the lock. It gave way at the shock. Dear ladies, don't think in recording the fact that your bard's for one moment defending the act. No, it is not a gentleman's, none but a low body, no, could perform it. And there he saw nobody, no, oh ho, there was not a table, there was not a chair, of all that Count Raymond had ever seen there. They'd maroon leather bottoms, well stuffed with horsehair, that was out of its place. There was not a trace of a party, there was not a dish or a plate, no sign of a tablecloth, nothing to prate of a supper, symposium, or sitting up late. There was not a spark of fire left in the grate. It had all been poked out, and remained in that state. If there was not a fire, still less was there friar, marquise, or long glasses, or countess, or prior, and the Count, who rushed in open-mouthed, was struck dumb, and could only ejaculate, "Well, this is rum." He rang for the maids, had them into the room with the butler, the footman, the coachman, the groom. He examined them all very strictly, but no, notwithstanding he cross and re-questioned them so, 'twas in vain, 'Twas clearly a case of no go. Their lady, they said, had gone early to bed, having rather complained of a cold in her head. The stout little friar, as round as an apple, had passed the whole night in a vigil in chapel, while the prior himself, as he'd usually done, had rung in the morning at 1:30 for his jug of cold water and twopenny bun, and been visible, since they were brought him, to none. But, the servants averred, from the sounds that were heard to proceed now and then from the father's cellum, they thought he was purging his sins with a scourging, and making good use of his knotted flagellum. For Madame Rigmarie, they all testified, she had gone up to her bedchamber soon after tea, and they really supposed that there still she must be, which her spouse, the Marquis, found at once to agree with the rest of their tale, when he ran up to see. Alack for Count Raymond! He could not conceive how the case really stood, or know what to believe, nor could Rigmarie settle to laugh or to grieve. There was clearly a hoax, but which of the folks had managed to make them the butt of their jokes, wife or wizard, they both knew no more than Jack Noakes. That glass of the wizard's stuck much in their gizzards, his cap and his queer cloak all X's and izzards. Then they found, when they came to examine again, some slight falling off in the stock of champagne, small, but more than the butler could fairly explain. However, since nothing could make the truth known, why, they thought it was best to let matters alone. The Count, in the garden, begged Isabel's pardon next morning for waking her up in a fright by the racket he'd kicked up at that time of night, and gave her his word he had ne'er misbehaved so, had he not come home as tipsy as David's sow. Still, to give no occasion for family snarls, the friar was packed back to his convent at Arles. While as for the prior, at Raymond's desire, the Pope raised his reverence a step or two higher, and made him a bishop in partibus, where his see was. I cannot exactly declare or describe his cathedral, not having been there, but I dare say you'll all be prepared for the news when I say 'twas a good many miles from Toulouse, where the prelate, in order to set a good precedent, was enjoined, as a sine qua non, to be resident. You will fancy with me that Count Raymond was free for the rest of his life from his former ennui. Still, it somehow occurred that as often as he chanced to look in the face of my Lord Rigmarie, there was something or other, a trifling degree of constraint or embarrassment, easy to see, and which seemed to be shared by the noble Marquis, while the ladies, the queerest of all things by half in my tale, never met from that hour without laughing. Moral. Good gentlemen all who are subjects of Hymen, don't make new acquaintances rashly, but try men. Avoid above all things your cunning, that's sly, men. Don't go out o' nights to see conjuring sleights, but shun all such people, delusion whose trade is. Be wise, stay at home, and take tea with the ladies. If you chance to be out at a regular bout, and get too much of Abbott's pale ale or brown stout, don't be cross when you come home at night to your spouse, nor be noisy, nor kick up a dust in the house. Be careful yourself, and admonish your sons to beware of all folks who love twopenny buns, and don't introduce to your wife or your daughter a sleek, meek, weak gent who subsists on cold water. End of section 1. Read by Czandra in Nova Scotia 2025. Section 2 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series by Richard Harris Barham. The main incident recorded in the following excepta from our family papers has but too solid a foundation. The portrait of Roger Ingoldsby is not among those in the gallery, but I have some recollection of having seen, when a boy, a picture answering the description here given of him, much injured, and lying without a frame in one of the attics. The Wedding Day, or The Buccaneer's Curse, a family legend. It has a jocund sound, that gleeful marriage chime, as from the old and ivied tower it peals at the early matin hour, its merry, merry round. And the spring is in its prime, and the songbird on the spray trills from its throat in varied note an emulative lay. It has a joyous sound. And the vicar is there with his wig and his book, and the clerk with his grave quasi-sanctified look, and there stand the village maids, all with their posies, their lilies and daffy-down-dillies and roses, dight in white, a comely sight, fringing the path to the left and the right. From our nursery days we all of us know, ne'er doth Our Lady's garden grow so fair for a grand horticultural show as when bordered with pretty maids all in a row. And the urchins are there, escaped from the rule of that limbo of infants, the national school, whooping and bawling, and squalling and calling and crawling, and creeping and jumping and leaping, bo-peeping midst many a mouldering heap in whose bosom their own rude forefathers are sleeping. Young rascals, instead of lamenting and weeping, laughing and gay, a gorge déployé, only now and then pausing and checking their play to wonder what 'tis makes the gentlefolks stay. Ah, well a day! Little deem they, poor ignorant dears, the bells ringing away or anything else than mere parish bells, or that each of them, should we go into its history, is but a symbol of some deeper mystery, that the clappers and ropes are mere practical tropes of trumpets and tongues and of preachers and popes. Unless Clement IV's worthy chaplain, Durand, see the rationale of that goosey gander. Gently, gently, Miss Muse, mind your P's and your Q's, don't be malapert, laugh, miss, but never abuse. Calling names, whether done to attack or to Bacchusism, is, miss, believe me, a great piece of jackassism, and as, on the whole, you're a good-natured soul, you must never enact such a pitiful role. No, no, miss, pull up, and go back to your boys in the churchyard, who are making this hubbub and noise. But hush! There's an end to their romping and mumming, for voices are heard. Here's the company coming. And see, the avenue gates unfold, and forth they pace, that bridal train, the grave, the gay, the young, the old. They cross the green and grassy lane. Bridesman, bridesmaid, bridegroom, bride, 2 by 2 and side by side, uncles and aunts, friends tried and proved, and cousins a great many times removed. A fairer or a gentler she, a lovelier maid in her degree, man's eye might never hope to see. Then darling, bonny Maud Ingoldsby, the flower of that goodly company, while whispering low with bated voice, close by her side, her heart's dear choice, walks Fredville's hope, young Valentine boys. But where, oh where, is Ingoldsby's heir? Little Jack Ingoldsby, where, oh where? Why, he's here, and he's there, and he's everywhere. He's there, and he's here, in front, in the rear. Now this side, now that side, now far, and now near. The puck of the party, the darling pet boy, full of mischief and fun and good humour and joy, with his laughing blue eye and his cheek like a rose, and his long curly locks, and his little snub nose, in his tunic and trousers and cap, there he goes, now pinching the bridesman, now teasing his sister, and telling the bridesmaids how Valentine kissed her. The torment, the plague, the delight of them all. See, he's into the churchyard, he's over the wall, gambolling, frolicking, capering away. He's the first in the church, be the second who may. 'Tis o'er, the holy rite is done, the rite that incorporates 2 in 1, and now for the feasting and frolic and fun. Spare we to tell of the smiling and sighing, the shaking of hands, the embracing and crying, the toot, toot, toot of the tabor and flute, of the white-waked vicar's prolonged salute, or of how the blithe college youths, rather old stagers, accustomed for years to pull bell ropes for wagers, rang faster than ever their triple bob majors. so loud as to charm ye at once and alarm ye. Smibolic, of course, of that rank in the army. Spare we to tell of the fees and the dues to the little old woman that opened the pews, of the largesse bestowed on the sexton and clerk, of the 4-year-old sheep roasted whole in the park, of the laughing and joking, the quaffing and smoking, and chaffing and broaching, that is to say, poking a hole in a mighty magnificent tub of what men in our hemisphere term the humming-bub, but which gods, who it seems use a different lingo from mortals, are wont to denominate stingo. Spare we to tell of the horse-collar grinning, the cheese, the reward of the ugly one winning, of the young ladies racing for Dutch body linen, the soapy-tailed sow, a rich prize when you've caught her, of little boys bobbing for pippins in water, the smacks and the whacks, and the jumpers in sacks, those down on their noses and those on their backs, nor skills it to speak of those darling old ditties, sung rarely in hamlets now, never in cities, the King and the Miller, the bold Robin Hood, Chevy Chase, Gilderoy, and the Babes in the Wood. You'll say that my taste is sadly misplaced, but I can't help confessing those simple old tunes, the old Robin Grays and the Eileen Aroons, the Grammacree Mollies and the Sweet Bonny Doones, are dearer to me in tenfold degree than a fine fantasia from over the sea, and for sweetness, compared with a Beethoven fugue, are as best refined loaf to the coarsest brown sugar. Alack for the bard's want of science, to which he owes all this misliking of foreign capriccios. Not that he'd say one word, by the way, to disparage our new idol, Monsieur Dupré, but he grudges, he owns, his departed half-guinea. Each Saturday night, when devoured by chagrin, he sits listening to singers whose names end in "ini." But enough of the rustics. Let's leave them pursuing their out-of-door gambols, and just take a view in the inside, the hall, and see what they are doing. And first there's the squire, the hale, hearty sire of the bride, with his coat-tails subducted and higher a thought than they're commonly wont to aspire, his back and his buckskins exposed to the fire. Bright, bright are his buttons, and bright is the hue of his squarely cut coat of fine Saxony blue, and bright the shalloon of his little quilled queue. White, white as young England's, the dimity vest which descends like an avalanche o'er his broad breast, till its further progression is put in arrest by the portly projection that springs from his chest, o'erhanging the garment that can't be expressed. White, white are his locks, which had nature fair play, had appeared a clear brown, slightly sprinkled with grey, but they're white as the peaks of Plinlimmon to-day, or Ben Nevis, his pate is si bien poudré. Bright, bright are the boots that envelop his heels, bright, bright is the gold chain suspending his seals, and still brighter yet may the gazer descry the teardrop that spangles the fond father's eye, as it lights on the bride, his beloved one, the pride and delight of his heart, severed now from his side. But brighter than all, arresting its fall, is the smile that rebukes it for spangling at all. A clear case, in short, of what old poets tell, as blind Homer, for instance, eo da cructi jealous. Then there are the bride and the bridegroom, withdrawn to the deep Gothic window that looks on the lawn, ensconced on a squab of maroon-coloured leather, and talking and thinking, no doubt, of the weather. But here comes the party. Room for the guests, in their pompadour coats and laced ruffles and vests. First, Sir Charles Grandison, Baronet, and his son Charles, the mamma does not venture to show. Miss Byron, you know, she was called long ago, for that lady, 'twas said, had been playing the devil last season in town with her old beau, Squire Grenville, which very much shocked and chagrined, as may well be supposed, Dr. Bartlett and good Uncle Selby. Sir Charles, of course, could not give Greville his gruel, in order to prove his abhorrence of duelling, nor try for, deterred by the serious expense, a complete separation, a toro et mensa. So he kept a calm sort, and when asked to a party, a dance or a dinner or tea and écarté, he went with his son, and said, looking demurely, he'd left her at home, and she found herself poorly. 2 foreigners near, of distinction, appear, a pair more illustrious you never heard of or saw. Count Ferdinand Fathom, Count Thaddeus of Warsaw, all covered with glittering bijouterie and hair. Poles, whom Lord Dudley Stewart calls patriot. Hook, bare poles, such rings and such brooches, such studs and such pins, 'twere hard to say which were more gorgeous and rich, or more truly mosaic, their chains or their chins. Next, Sir Roger de Coverley, Mr. Will Ramble, with Dame Lismahago, née Tabitha Bramble, Mr. Random and spouse, Mrs. Pamela Booby, whose nose was acquiring a tinge of the ruby, and people did say, but no matter for that, folks were not then enlightened by good Father Matt. 3 friends from the colonies, near them were seen, the great Massachusetts man, General Muff Green, Mr. Jonathan W. Dubikins, men influential some, and their smart Uncle Ben, Reverend Abraham Adams, preferred to a stall, Mr. Jones and his lady from Allworthy Hall. Our friend Tom, by the way, had turned out rather gay for a married man, certainly people did say. He was shrewdly suspected of using his wife ill, and being as sly as his half-brother Blifil. Miss Seagram, 'tis well known, was now in high feather, and people did say they'd been seen out together. A fact the boy Jones, who in our days with malice aforethought so often got into the palace, would seem to confirm, as 'tis whispered he owns he's the son of a natural son of Tom Jones's. Lady Bellaston, memorandum, she had not been invited. Sir Peregrine Pickle, now recently knighted. All joyous, all happy, all looking delighted. It would bore you to death should I pause to describe or enumerate half of the elegant tribe who filled the background, and among whom were found the elite of the old country families round, such as Honeywood, Oxenden, Knatchbull, and Norton, Matthew Robinson too, with his beard from Monk's Horton, the Faggs and Finch Hattons, Tokes, Darings, and Deedses, and Fairfax, who then called the castle of Leeds his, esquires, knights, and lords in bag-wigs and swords, and the troops, and the groups of fine ladies in hoops, the pompons, the toupees, and diamonds and feathers, the flowered silk sacks which they wore on their backs. How? Sacks and pompoons with the squire's boots and leathers? Stay, I suspect here's a trifling neglect on your part, Madam Muse, though you're commonly accurate as to costume, as brown Quaker or black curate. For once, I confess, here you're out as to dress. You've been fairly caught napping, which gives me distress, for I can't but acknowledge it is not the thing Sir Roger de Coverley's laced suit to bring into contact with square-cut coats, such as George Byng and poor dear Sir Francis appeared in last spring. So, having for once been compelled to acknowledge, I've made a small hole in our mutual chronology. Canter on, miss, without further apology. Only don't make such another mistake, or you'll get in a scrape of which I shall partake. Enough. You're sorry for what you've done, so dry your eyes, miss, blow your nose, and go on. Well, the party are met, all radiant and gay, and how every person is dressed we won't say. Suffice it, they all come glad homage to pay to our dear Bonnie Maud on her own wedding day, to dance at her bridal and help throw the stocking, a practice that's now discontinued as shocking. There's a breakfast, they know. There's always so on occasions like these, wheresoe'er you go. Of course there are lots of beef, potted and hung, prawns, lobsters, cold fowl and cold ham and cold tongue, hot tea and hot coffee, hot rolls and hot toast, cold pigeon pie, rook, and cold boiled and cold roast, Scotch marmalade, jellies, cold creams, colder ices, blancmange, which young ladies say so very nice is, rock melons in thick, pines in much thinner slices, char, potted with clarified butter and spices, renewing an appetite long past its crisis, refined barley sugar in various devices, such as bridges and baskets in temples and grottos, and nasty French lucifer snappers with mottos. In short, all these gimcracks together were met with, which people of fashion tell Gunter to get when they give a grand déjeuner à la fourchette. a phrase which, though French, in our language still lingers, intending a breakfast with forks and not fingers. And see what a mountainous bride cake, a thing by itself with small pieces to pass through the ring. Now, as to the wines. Aye, the wine, cries the squire, letting fall both his coat-tails, which nearly take fire. Rubbing his hands, he calls out to the serving-men waiting his honour's commands, "The wine, to be sure! Here, you, Harry, Bob, Dick, the wine, don't you hear? Bring us lights. Come, be quick, and a crowbar to knock down the mortar and brick." Say what they may, Fort George will make way into old Roger Ingoldsby's cellar to-day, and let loose his captives, imprisoned so long, his flasks and his casks that he bricked up so strong. Oh dear, Squire Ingoldsby, bethink you what you do, exclaims old Mrs. Botherby. She is in such a stew. Oh dear, what do I hear? Full oft you've heard me tell of the curse wild Roger left upon whoe'er should break his cell. Full 25 years are gone since Roger went away, and I bethink me, too, it was upon this very day. And I was then a comely dame, and you, a springald gay, were up and down to London town at opera, ball, and play. Your locks were not brown then, squire, you grow a little grey. Wild Roger, so we called him then, your grandsire's youngest son. He was in truth a wayward youth, we feared him, every one. In everything he had his will, he would be stayed by none, and when he did naughty thing, he'd laughed and called it fun. One day his father chid him sore, I know not what he'd done, but he scorned reproof, and from this roof away that night he run. 7 years were gone and over, wild Roger came again. He spoke of forays and of frays upon the Spanish main, and he had store of gold galore, and silks, and satins fine, and flasks and casks of Malvoisie, and precious Gascon wine. Rich booties he had brought, he said, across the western wave, and came in penitence and shame now of his sire to crave forgiveness and a welcome home. His sire was in his grave. Your father was a kindly man, he played a brother's part, he pressed his brother to his breast, he had a kindly heart. Fain would he have him tarry here, their common hearth to share, but Roger was the same man still, he scorned his brother's prayer. He called his crew, away he flew, and on those foreign shores got killed in some outlandish place, they call it the Eyesores. But ere he went and quitted Kent, I well recall the day, his flasks and casks of Gascon wine he safely stowed away within the cellar's deepest nook. He safely stowed them all, and Mason Jones brought bricks and stones, and they built up the wall. Oh, then it was a fearful thing to hear wild Roger's ban. Good gracious me, I never heard the like from mortal man. There's that, quoth he, shall serve me well when I return at last. A battered hulk, to quaff and laugh at toils and dangers past. Accursed be he, however he be, lays hand on gear of mine, till I come back again from sea to broach my Gascon wine. And more he said, which filled with dread all those who listened there. In sooth my very blood ran cold, it lifted up my hair with very fear, to stand and hear wild Roger curse and swear. He saw my fright as well he might, but still he made his game. He called me Mother Bounce About, my gracious, what a name! Nay more, an old, some boat woman, I may not say for shame. Then, gentle master, pause a while, give heed to what I tell, nor break on such a day as this wild Roger's secret cell. Poof, poof, quoth the squire, as he moved from the fire, and bade the old housekeeper quickly retire. Poof, never tell me. Nonsense. Fiddle-de-dee. What? Wait until Uncle Roger's return back from sea? Why, he may, as you say, have been somewhat too gay, and no doubt was the broth of a boy in his way, but what's that to us, now, at this time of day? What if some quarrel with Daring or Darrow, I hardly know which, but I think it was Daring, sent him back in a huff to his old privateering, or what his unfriends chose to call buccaneering. It's 20 years since, as we very well know, he was knocked on the head in a skirmish, and so why rake up old world tales of deeds long ago? Foul befall him who would touch the deposit of living man, whether in cellar or closet. But since, as I've said, knocked on the head, Uncle Roger has now been some 20 years dead. As for his wine, I'm his heir, and it's mine, and I'd long ago worked it well, but that I tarried for this very day, and I'm sure you'll all say I was right, when my own darling Maud should get married. So lights and a crowbar, the only thing lies on my conscience at all with respect to this prize, is some little compunction anent the excise. Come, ye Master Jack, be the first, and bring back whate'er comes to hand, claret, burgundy, sack. Hit the party, and mind that you're back in a crack. Away go the clan, with cup and with can, little Jack Ingoldsby leading the van. Little reck they of the buccaneers' ban. Hope whispers, perchance we'll fall in with strong beer too here. Blessed thought, which sets them all grinning from ear to ear. Through cellar 1, through cellars 2, through cellars 3 they'd passed, and their way they took to the farthest nook of cellar 4, the last. Blithe and gay they battered away on this wedding day of Maud's, with all their might to bring to light Wild Roger's custom-house frauds. And though stone and brick be never so thick when stoutly assailed, they are no bar to the powerful charm of a yeoman's arm when wielding a decentish crowbar. Down comes brick and down comes stone, one by one, the job's half done. Where is he now? Come, where's Master John? There's a breach in the wall 3 feet by 2, and little Jack Ingoldsby soon pops through. Hark! What sound's that? A sob? A sigh? The choking gasp of a stifled cry? What can it be? Let's see. It can't be little Jack Ingoldsby. The candle, quick! Through stone and through brick they poke in the light on a long split stick, but ere he who holds it can wave it about, he gasps and he sneezes. The light goes out. Yet were there those in after days who said that pale light's flickering blaze for a moment gleamed on a dark form there, seemed as bodied of foul black air, in mariner's dress, with cutlass braced by buckle and broad black belt to its waist, on a cocked hat laced with gold and placed with a dégagé devil-may-care kind of taste, or a balafré brow by a scar defaced. That form, they said, so foul and so black, grinned as it pointed at poor little Jack. I know not, how the truth may be, but the pent-up vapour at length set free sent them all sneezing and coughing and wheezing, as working its way to the regions of day it at last let a purer and healthier breeze in. Of their senses bereft, to the right and the left, those varlets so lately courageous and stout, there they lay kicking and sprawling about like Billingsgate's fresh fish, unconscious of ice, or those which the newspapers give us advice Mr. Taylor of Lombard Street sells at half price. Nearer the door, some half-dozen or more scramble away to the rez-de-chaussée, as our Frenchified friend always calls his ground floor. And they call, and they bawl, and they bellow and roar for lights, vinegar, brandy, and 50 things more. At length, after no little clamour and din, the foul air let out and the fresh air let in, they drag one and all up into the hall, where a medical Quaker, the great Dr. Lettsome, who's one of the party, bleeds, physics, and sweats 'em. All, save one. But he, my son? Merciful heaven! Where is John? Within that cell so dark and deep lies one as in a tranquil sleep, a sight to make the sternest weep. That little heart is pulseless now, and cold that fair and open brow, and closed that eye that beamed with joy and hope. Oh God, my boy! Enough! I may not, dare not show the wretched father's frantic woe, the mother's tearless, speechless. No, I may not such a theme essay. Too bitter thoughts crowd in and stay my pen. Sad memory will have way. Enough. At once I close the lay of fair Maud's fatal wedding day. It has a mournful sound, that single solemn bell, as to the hills and woods around it flings its deep-toned knell, that measured toll, alone, apart, It strikes upon the human heart. It has a mournful sound. Moral. Come, come, Mrs. Muse, we can't part in this way, or you'll leave me as dull as ditch water all day. Try and squeeze out a moral or two from your lay, and let us part cheerful at least, if not gay. First and foremost then, gentlefolks, learn from my song not to lock up your wine or malt liquor too long. Though port should have age, yet I don't think it sage to entomb it as some of your connoisseurs do, till it's losing in flavour and body and hue. I question if keeping it does much good after 10 years in bottle and 3 in the wood. If any young man, though a snubbed younger brother, when told of his faults by his father and mother, runs restive and goes off to sea in a huff, depend on it, my friends, that young man is a muff. Next, ill-gotten gains are not worth the pains. They prosper with no one, so whether cheroots or Havana cigars or French gloves or French boots, whatever you want, pay the duty, nor, when you buy any such articles, cheat the revenue. And now, to conclude, for it's high time I should, when you do rejoice, mind, whatsoever you do, that the hearts of the lowly rejoice with you too. Don't grudge them their jigs and their frolics and rigs, and don't interfere with their soapy-tailed pigs, nor because thou art virtuous rail and exhale an anathema, breathing of vengeance and wail upon every complexion less pale than sea kale, nor dismiss the poor man to his pump and his pail with drink there, and we'll have henceforth no more cakes and ale. End of section 2. Read by Czandra in Canada, 2025.
Section 3 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series by Richard Harris Barham. The Blasphemer's Warning. Mox regina filium peperit a multis optatum et a Deos sanctificatum, cumque in fans natus fuiset, satim clara vos, omnibus audientibus, clamavit Christianus sum, Christianus sum, Christianus sum, ad hanc vocem presbyteri duo, Wildirinus et Edwoldus, dissentis Deo gratias, et omnes qui aderant mirantes, soeperunt cantare te Deum laudamus, quo facto rogabat infans catechumenum audirino sacerdote fieri, et ab Edwoldo teneri ad praesignaculum fidei et Romualdum vocari. Nov legend angel in vita scti Romualdi. The Blasphemer's Warning. A Lay of St. Romuald. In Kent, we are told, there was seated of old a handsome young gentleman, courteous and bold. He'd an oaken strong box, well replenished with gold, with broad lands, pasture, arable woodland, and wold, not an acre of which had been mortgaged or sold. He'd a pleasaunce and hall, passing fair to behold. He had beeves in the byre, he had flocks in the fold, and was somewhere about 25 years old. His figure and face, for beauty and grace, to the best in the county had scorned to give place. Small marvel then, if, of women and men, whom he chanced to foregather with, 9 out of 10, expressed themselves charmed with Sir Alured Den. From my earliest youth, I've been taught as a truth, a maxim which most will consider as sooth, though a few, peradventure, may think it uncouth, There are 3 social duties the whole of the swarm in this great human hive of ours ought to perform, and that too as soon as conveniently may be. The first of the 3 is the planting a tree, for the next the producing a book, then a baby. For my part, dear reader, without any jesting, I, so far at least, have accomplished my destiny. From the foremost, i.e., the planting the tree, the knight may, perchance, have conceived himself free, inasmuch as that, which way soever he looks, over park, mead, or upland, by streamlets and brooks, his fine beeches and elms shelter thousands of rooks. In 1282 there would also accrue much latitude as to the article, books. But if those we've disposed of and need not recall, might, as duties, appear in comparison small, one remained, there was no getting over at all, the providing a male heir for Bonnington Hall, which doubtless induced the good knight to decide, as a matter of conscience, on taking a bride. It's a very fine thing and delightful to see inclination and duty unite and agree, because it's a case that so rarely takes place. In the instance before us, then, Allured Den might well be esteemed the most lucky of men, inasmuch as hard by, indeed so very nigh, that her chimneys from his you might almost descry, dwelt a lady, at whom he'd long cast a sheep's eye, one whose character scandal itself could defy, while her charms and accomplishments ranked very high, and who could not deny a propitious reply, but reflect back his blushes, and gave sigh for sigh. A line that's not mine, but Tom Moore's, by the by. There was many a gay and trim bachelor near, who felt sick at heart when the news met his ear, that fair Edith Ingoldsby, she whom they all, the rosebud of Tappington, ceased not to call, was going to say, honour, love, and obey, to Sir Allured Den, Knight of Bonnington Hall, that all other suitors were left in the lurch, and the parties had even been out-asked in church. For everyone says in those primitive days, and I must own I think it redounds to their praise, none dreamed of transferring a daughter or niece as a bride by an unstamped agreement or lease for a register's clerk or a justice of peace, while young ladies had fain single women remain, and unwedded maids to the last crack of doomstick ere marry by taking a jump o'er a broomstick. So our bride and bridegroom agreed to appear at holy St. Romuald's, a priory near, which a long while before, I can't say in what year, their forebears had joined with the neighbours to rear, and endowed, some with bucks, some with beef, some with beer, to comfort the friars and make them good cheer, adorning the building with carving and gilding, and stone altars fixed to the chantries and filled in. Papistic in substance and form, and on this count, with Judge Herbert Jenner fussed justly at discount. See Cambridge Societas Camdeniensis. V. Faulkner Tert Prim Jonari Mensis. With judgment reversed, costs of suit and expenses. All raised to St. Romuald, and with some reason styled by Duke Humphrey's confessor, a wonderful child, for ne'er yet was saint, except him upon earth, who made his profession of faith at his birth, and when scarce a foot high, or 6 inches in girth, converted his ma, and contrived to amend a said hole in the creed of his grandsire King Penda. Of course to the shrine of so young a divine flowed much holy water and some little wine, and when any young folks did to marriage incline, the good friars were much in request, and not one was more sought unto than the sub-prior Mess John. To him, there and then, Sir Allured Den wrote a 3-cornered note with a small crow-quill pen, to say what he wanted, and fixed the time when, and as it's well known that your people of quality pique themselves justly on strict punctuality, just as the clock struck the hour he named in it, the whole brider party rode up to the minute. Now whether it was that some rapturous dream comprehending fat pullets and clouted cream, had borne the good man, in his vision of bliss, far off to some happier region than this, or whether his beads, 'gainst the fingers rebelling, took longer than usual that morning in telling, or whether his conscience, with knotted cord purging, Mess John was indulging himself with a scourging, in penance for killing some score of the fleas, which, infesting his hair-shirt, deprived him of ease, or whether a barrel of Faversham oysters, brought in on the evening before to the cloisters, produced indigestion, continues a question. The particular case is not worth a debate, for my purpose is clearly sufficient to state, that whatever the reason, his reverence was late, and Sir Alured Den, not the meekest of men, began banning away at a deuce of a rate. Now here, though I do it with infinite pain, gentle reader, I find I must pause to explain that there was, what I own, I grieve to make known, on the worthy knight's character one single stain, but for which all his friends had borne witness, I'm sure. He had been sans reproche, as he still was sans peur. The fact is that many distinguished commanders swore terribly testa T. Shandy in Flanders. Now into these parts our knight chancing to go countries, named from the sad vulgar custom, the Low Countries, though on common occasions as courteous as daring, had picked up this shocking bad habit of swearing, and if anything vexed him or matters went wrong, was given to what low folks call coming it strong. Good, bad, or indifferent then, young or old, he'd consign them, when once in a humour to scold, to a place where they certainly would not take hold. Now, if there are those, and I've some in my eye, who'd esteem this a crime of no very deep dye, let them read on, they'll find their mistake by and by. Near or far, few people there are, but have heard read or sung about young Lochnavar. How in Netherby Chapel, at morning tide, the priest and the bridegroom stood waiting the bride. How they waited, but ne'er a bride was there. Still I don't find, on reading the ballad with care, the bereaved Mr. Graham proceeded to swear. And yet to experience so serious a blight in one's dearest affections is somewhat exciting. 'Tis manifest then that Sir Alured Den had far less excuse for such bad language when it was only the priest, not the bride, who was missing. He had filled up the interval better with kissing, and 'twas really surprising and not very wise in a knight to go on so anathematizing, when the head and the front of the clergyman's crime was but being a little behind as to time. But that as it may, he swore so that day, at the reverend gentleman's ill-judged delay, that not a bystander who heard what he said, but listened to all his expressions with dread, and felt all his hair stand on end on his head. Nay, many folks there did not stick to declare the phenomenon was not confined to the hair, for the little stone saint who sat perched o'er the door, St. Romwald himself, as I told you before, what will scarce be believed, was plainly perceived, to shrug up his shoulders as very much grieved, and look down with a frown so remarkably brown, that all saw he'd now quite a different face on, from that he received at the hands of the mason. Nay, many averred he half rose in his niche, when Sir Alured, always in metaphor rich, called his priest an old son of some animal which is not worth the inquiry, a hint's quite enough on the subject. For more, I refer you to Buffon. It's supposed that the knight himself saw the sight, and it's likely he did, as he easily might, for 'tis certain he paused in his wordy attack, and, in nautical language, seemed taken aback, insomuch that when now, the prime cause of the row, Father John in the chapel at last made his bow, the bridegroom-elect was so mild and subdued, none could ever suppose he'd been noisy and rude, or made use of the language to which I allude. Fair Edith herself, while the knot was a-tying, her bridesmaids around her, some sobbing, some sighing, some smiling, some blushing, half laughing, half crying, scarce made her responses in tones more complying than he who'd been raging and storming so recently, all softness now, and behaving quite decently. Many folks thought too the cold stony frown of the saint up aloft in his niche looking down brought the sexton and clerk each an extra half-crown, when, the rite being over, the fees were all paid, and the party remounting the whole cavalcade, prepared to ride home with no little parade. In a climate so very unsettled as ours, it is well to be cautious and guard against showers, for though, about 1, you've a fine brilliant sun, when your walk or your ride is but barely begun, yet long ere the hour hand approaches the 2, there is not in the whole sky one atom of blue, but it rains cats and dogs, and you're fairly wet through, ere you know where to turn, what to say or to do, for which reason I've bought, to protect myself well, a good stout tagalone and gingham umbrella. But in Edward the First's days, I very much fear, had a gay cavalier thought fit to appear in any such toggery, then 'twas termed gear, he'd have met with a highly significant sneer, or a broad grin extending from ear unto ear. On the features of every soul he came near. There was no taking refuge, too, then, as with us, on a slip-sloppy day in a cab or a bus. As they rode through the woods in their wimples and hoods, their only resource against sleet, hail, or rain was, as Spenser describes it, to prick o'er the plain. That is, to clap spurs on and ride helter-skelter in search of some building or other for shelter. Now it seems that the sky, which had been of a dye as bright and as blue as your lady love's eye, the season, in fact, being genial and dry, began to assume an appearance of gloom from the moment the night began fidget and fume, which deepened and deepened till all the horizon grew blacker than aught they had ever set eyes on, and soon from the far west the elements, rumbling, increased and kept pace with Sir Alured's grumbling. Bright flashes between, blue, red, and green, all livid and lurid, began to be seen. At length down it came, a whole deluge of rain, a perfect Niagara drenching the plain. And up came the reek, and down came the shriek of the winds like a steam whistle starting a train. And the tempest began so to roar and to pour, that the Dens and the Ingoldsbys, starting at score, as they did from the porch of St. Romuald's church door, had scarce gained a mile, or a mere trifle more, ere the whole of the crew were completely wet through. They dashed o'er the downs, and they dashed through the vales, they dashed up the hills, and they dashed down the dales, as if elderly Nick was himself at their tails. The bridegroom in vain attempts to restrain the bride's frightened palfrey by seizing the rein, when a flash and a crash, which produced such a splash that a Yankee had called it an almighty smash, came down so complete at his own courser's feet that the rider, though famous for keeping his seat, from its kickings and plungings, now under, now upper, slipped out of his demi-peak over the crupper, and fell from the back of his terrified cob on what bards less refined than myself term his knob. To obtain a genteel rhymes sometimes a tough job. Just so, for the nonce, to enliven my song with a classical simile cannot be wrong. Just so, in such roads and in similar weather, Tydides and Nestor were riding together, when, so says old Homer, the king of the sky, the great cloud compeller his lightnings let fly, and their horses both made such a desperate shy at this freak of old Zeus, that at once they broke loose. Reins, traces, bits, breechings were all of no use, if the pillion sage, without any delay, had not whipped them sharp round and away from the fray. They'd have certainly upset his cabriolet, and there'd been a name I won't mention, to pay. Well, the knight in a moment recovered his seat. Mr. Widdicombe's mode of performing that feat at Astley's could not be more neat or complete. It's recorded, indeed, by an eminent pen of our own days that this, our great Widdicombe then, in the heyday of his life, had afforded some 10 or 12 lessons in riding to a lurid den. It is certain the knight was so agile and light that an instant sufficed him to set matters right. Yet the bride was by this time almost out of sight, for her palfrey, a rare bit of blood who could trace her descent from the pure old Corsican race, sleek, slim and bony as Mr. Sidonia's fine Arab steed of the very same breed, which that elegant gentleman rode so genteelly. See Coningsby, written by B. Reilly. That palfrey, I say, from this trifling delay, had made what at seas called a great deal of way. More fleet than the roebuck, and free as the wind, she had left the good company rather behind. They whipped and they spurred, and they after her pressed. Still Sir Alured's steed was, by long chalks, the best of the party, and very soon distanced the rest. But long ere e'en he had the fugitive neared, she dashed into the wood, and at once disappeared. It's a fascious affair when you're out on a ride, even supposing you're not in pursuit of a bride. If you are, it's more fascious, which can't be denied, and you come to a place where 3 crossroads divide, without any waypost stuck up by the side of the road to direct you and act as a guide, with a road leading here, and a road leading there, and a road leading no one exactly knows where. When Sir Alured came in pursuit of the dame to a fork of this kind, a 3-pronged one, small blame to his scholarship if, in selecting his way, his respect for the classics now led him astray. But the rule, in a work I won't stop to describe, is, in medio semper tutissimus ibis. So the knight, being forced of the 3 paths to enter one, dashed with these words upon his lips down the center one. Up and down hill, up and down hill. Through brake and o'er briar he gallops on still, aye banning, blaspheming, and cursing his fill at his courser because he had given him a spill. Yet he did not gain ground on the palfrey. The sound, on the contrary, made by the hoofs of the beast, grew fainter and fainter, and fainter, and ceased. Sir Alured burst through the dingle at last to a sort of clearing, and there he stuck fast, for his steed, though a freer one ne'er had a shoe on, stood fixed as the governor's nag in Don Juan. Or much like the statue that stands cast in copper a few yards southeast of the door of the opera, save that Alured's horse had not got such a big tail, while Alured wanted the cocked hat and pigtail. Before him is seen a diminutive green scooped out from the covert, a thick leafy screen of wild foliage, trunks with broad branches between, encircle it wholly, all radiant and sheen, for the weather at once appeared clear and serene, and the sky up above was a bright mazarine, just as though no such thing as a tempest had been. In short, it was one of those sweet little places in Egypt and Araby known as oases. There, under the shade that was made by the glade, the astonished Sir Alured sat and surveyed a little low building of Bethersden stone, with ivy and parasite creepers o'ergrown, a sacellum, or cell, in which chronicles tell saints and anchorites erst were accustomed to dwell, a little round arch on which, deeply indented, the zigzaggy pattern by Saxons invented, was cleverly chiseled and well represented, surmounted a door some 5 feet by 4. It might have been less, or it might have been more. In the primitive ages they made these things lower than we do in buildings that had but 1 floor. And these chronicles say, when an anchorite grey wished to shut himself up and keep out of the way, he was commonly wont in such low cells to stay, and pray night and day on the rez-de-chaussée. There, under the arch, I've endeavoured to paint, with no little surprise, and scarce trusting his eyes, the knight now saw standing that little boy saint, the one whom before he'd seen over the door of the priory, shaking his head as he swore, with mitre and crozier and rochet and stolon, the very self-same, or at least his eidolon. With a voice all unlike to the infantine squeak, you'd expect that a small saint now addressed him to speak. In a bold, manly tone he began, while his stony, cold lips breathed an odor quite eau de cologne. In fact, from his christening, according to rumor, he beat Mr. Brummel to sticks in perfumery. Sir Allured Den, said the saint, be attentive. Your ancestors, all most respectable men, have for some generations been votaries of mine. They have brought me mould candles and bowed at my shrine. They have made my monks presents of venison and wine, with a right of free pasturage too for their swine. And though you, in this, have been rather remiss, still I owe you a turn for the sake of lang syne. And I now come to tell you, your cursing and swearing have reached to a pitch that is really past bearing. 'Twere a positive scandal, and even a vandal. It ne'er should be done, save with bell, book, and candle. And though I've now learned, as I always suspected, your own education's been somewhat neglected, still you're not such an uninformed pagan, I hope, as not to know cursing belongs to the Pope. And his holiness feels very properly jealous of all such encroachments by paltry lay fellows. Now take my advice, saints never speak twice, so take it at once, as I once for all give it. Go home, you'll find there all as right as a trivet, but mind and remember, if once you give way to that shocking bad habit, I'm sorry to say, I have heard you so sadly indulge in today. As sure as you're born on the very first trip that you make, the first oath that proceeds from your lip, I'll soon make you rue it. I've said it, I'll do it. Forewarned is forearmed, you shan't say but you knew it. Whate'er you hold dearest or nearest your heart, I'll take it away if I come in a cart. I will, on my honor, you know it's absurd to suppose that a saint ever forfeits his word. For a pitiful knight, or to please any such man, I've said it, I'll do't. If I don't, I'm a Dutchman. He ceased, he was gone as he closed his harangue, and someone inside shut the door with a bang. Sparkling with dew, each green herb anew, its profusion of sweets round Sir Allured threw, as pensive and thoughtful he slowly withdrew, for the hoofs of his horse had got rid of their glue, and the cud of reflection continued to chew, till the gables of Bonington Hall rose in view. Little recked he what he smelt, what he saw. Brilliance of scenery, fragrance of greenery, failed in impressing his mental machinery. Many an hour had elapsed, well I ween, ere he fairly was able distinction to draw twixt the odor of garlic and bouquet du roi. Merrily, merrily sounds the horn, and cheerily ring the bells, for the race is run, the goal is won, the little lost mutton is happily found, the Lady of Bonington's safe and sound in the hall where her new lord dwells. Hard had they ridden, that company gay, after fair Edith away and away. This had slipped back o'er his courser's rump, that had gone over his ears with a plump. But the lady herself had stuck on like a trump, till her panting steed relaxed her speed, and feeling no doubt as a gentleman feels, when he's once shown a bailiff a fair pair of heels. Stopped of herself, as it's very well known, horses will do when they're thoroughly blown, and thus the whole group had foregathered again, just as the sunshine succeeded the rain. Oh, now the joy and the frolicking, rollicking, doings indulged in by one and by all, gaiety seized on the most melancholic inn, all the broad lands around Bonington Hall. All sorts of revelry, all sorts of devilry, all play at high jinks and keep up the ball. Days, weeks, and months, it is really astonishing, when one's so happy how time flies away. Meanwhile, the bridegroom requires no admonishing as to what passed on his own wedding day. Never since then had Sir Allured Den let a word fall from his lip or his pen that begins with a D or left off with an N. Once, and once only when put in a rage, by a careless young rascal he'd hired as a page, all buttons and brass, who in handling a glass of spiced hippocras, throws it all over his clothes, and spoils his best pourpoint and smartest trunk hose, while stretching his hand out to take it and quaff it, he given a rose noble a yard for the taffety. Then, and only then, came into his head a very sad word that began with a Z, but he checked his complaint, he remembered the saint, in the nick, Lady Den was beginning to faint. That sight on his mouth acted quite as a bung, like Mahomet's coffin, the shocking word hung, halfway twixt the root and the tip of his tongue. Many a year of mirth and good cheer flew over their heads to each other more dear. Every day they were quoted by peasant and peer as the rarest examples of love ever known, since the days of Le Chevalier d'Arby and Jaune, who in Bonnington chancel lie sculptured in stone. Well, it happened at last, after certain years past, that an embassy came to our court from afar, from the Grand Duke of Muscovy, now called the Tsar, and the spingle-shanked monarch determined to do all the grace that he could to a nobleman who had sailed all that way from a country which few in our England had heard of, and nobody knew. With a hat like a muff and a beard like a Jew, our arsenals, buildings, and dockyards to view, and to say how desirous his Prince Waldemiris had long been with mutual regard to inspire us, and how he regretted he was not much nigher us, with other fine things, such as kings say to kings, when each tries to humbug his dear royal brother in hopes by such gammon to take one another in. King Longshanks, I say, being now on his way, bound for France where the rebels had kept him at bay, was living in clover, at this time in Dover, in the castle there, waiting a tide to go over. He had summoned, I can't tell you how many men, knights, nobles, and squires to the wars of Guienne, and among these, of course, was Sir Alured Den, who, acting like most of the knights in the host, whose residence was not too far from the coast, had brought his wife with him, delaying their parting, fond souls till the very last moment of starting. Of course, with such lots of lords, ladies, and knights, in their sarcenettes and their bright chain-mail tights, all accustomed to galas, grand doings, and sights, a matter like this was at once put to rights. 'Twould have been a strange thing if so polished a king, with his board of green cloth and Lord Stewart's department, couldn't teach an ambassador what the word smart meant. A banquet was ordered at once for a score or more of the corps that had just come on shore, and the king, though he thought it a bit of a bore, asked all the elite of his levee to meet the illustrious strangers and share in the treat. For the boyar himself, the queen graciously made him her beau for the day, from respect to Duke Laudimere. Queer as this name may appear in the spelling, you won't find it trouble you, sound but the W, like the first L in Lon, Lloyd, and Llewellyn. Fancy the fuss and the fidgety looks of Robert de Burghirsch, the constable's cooks, for of course the cuisine of the king and the queen was behind them at London, or Windsor, or Sheen, or wherever the court ere it started had been. And it's really no jest when a troublesome guest looks in at a time when you're busy and pressed, just going to fight or to ride or to rest, and expects a good lunch when you've none ready dressed. The servants, no doubt, were much put to the rout by this very extempore sort of set-out. But they wisely fell back upon poor Richard's plan. When you can't what you would, you must do what you can. So they ransacked the country, folds, pigsties, and pens, for the sheep and the porkers, the cocks and the hens. 'Twas said a tomcat of Sir Alured Den's, a fine tabby grey, disappeared on that day, and whatever became of him no one could say. They brought all the food that ever they could, fish, flesh, and fowl, with sea-coal and dry wood, to his Majesty Dapifer, Udo, or Ood. They lighted the town up, set ringing the bells, and borrowed the waiters from all the hotels. A bright thought, moreover, came into the head of Dapifer Udo, who'd some little dread, as he said, for the thorough success of his spread. So he said to himself, "What a thing it would be, could I have here with me some 1, 2, or 3 of their outlandish scullions from over the sea. It's 100 to 1 if the sweet or their chief understand our plum puddings and barons of beef, but with 5 minutes' chat with their cooks or their valets will soon dish up something to tickle their palates." With this happy conceit for improving the mess, pooh-poohing expense, he dispatched an express in a wagon and 4 on the instant to deal, who dashed down the hill without locking the wheel, and by means, which I guessed but declined to reveal, seduced from the downs where at anchor their vessel rode, lump off icy wits, serf to a former Count Nesselrode. A cook of some fame who invented the name, cold pudding that still bears the family name. This accomplished, the chef's peace of mind was restored, and in due time a banquet was placed on the board, in the very best style, which implies in a word, all the dainties the season and king could afford. There were snipes, there were rails, there were woodcocks and quails, there were peacocks served up in their pride, that is, tails. Fricandeau fricassees, ducks and green peas, côtelettes à l'Indienne, and chops à la Suisse, which last you may call onion sauce, if you please. There were barbecued pigs, stuffed with raisins and figs, omelettes and haricots, stews and ragouts, and pork griskins, which Jews still refuse and abuse. Then the wines, round the circle, how swiftly they went, Canary, Sac, Malaga, Malvoisie, Tent, Old Hock from the Rhine, wine remarkably fine, of the Charlemagne vintage of 799. 5 centuries in bottle had made it divine, the rich juice of Roussillon, Gascoigne, Bordeaux, Maraskin, Curaçao, Kirchen, Wasser, Noyau, and gin, which the company voted no go. The guests all hobnobbing and bowing and bobbing. Some prefer white wine, while others more value red. Few, a choice few of more orthodox goat, stick to old crusted port, among whom was Sir Alured. Never, indeed, at a banquet before, had that gallant commander enjoyed himself more. Then came sweets, served in silver, were tartlets and pies in glass, jellies composed of punch, calves' feet, and isinglass, creams and whipped syllabubs, some hot, some cool, blancmange and quince custards, and gooseberry fool, and now from the good taste which remains it's confessed in a gentleman's, that is, an Englishman's breast, and makes him polite to a stranger and guest, they soon played the deuce with a large charlotte russe. More than one of the party dispatched his plate twice, with, "I'm really ashamed, but another small slice. Your dishes from Russia are really so nice." Then the prime dish of all, there was nothing so good in, the whole of the feed, one and all were agreed, as the great lump-off Icy-Wit's Nesselrode pudding. Sir Alured Den, who all day, to say sooth, like Iago had been plagued with a sad raging tooth, which had nevertheless interfered very little with his, what for my rhyme I'm obliged to spell, victual, requested a friend who sat near him to send him a spoonful of what he heard also commend, and begged to take wine with him afterwards, grateful, because for a spoonful he'd sent him a plateful. Having emptied his glass, he ne'er balked it or spilled it. The gallant knight opened his mouth and then filled it. You must really excuse me, there's nothing could bribe me at all to go on and attempt to describe the fearsome look then of Sir Alured Den. Astonishment, horror, distraction of mind, rage, misery, fear, and iced pudding combined, lip, forehead, and cheek, how these mingle and meet, all colors, all hues, now advance, now retreat, now pale as a turnip, now crimson as beet, how he grasps his armchair in attempting to rise, see his veins, how they swell, mark the roll of his eyes, now east and now west, now north and now south, till at once he contrives to eject from his mouth that vile spoonful, what he has got he knows not. He isn't quite sure if it's cold or it's hot. At last he exclaims, as he starts from his seat, "A snowball by," what I decline to repeat. 'Twas the name of a bad place, for mention unmeet. Then oh, what a volley a great many heard, what flowed from his lips, and 'twere really absurd to suppose that each man was not shocked by each word. A great many heard too, with mixed fear and wonder, that terrible crash of the terrible thunder, that broke as if bursting the building asunder. But very few heard, although every one might, the short half-stifled shriek from the chair on the right, where the Lady of Bonington sat by her knight, and very few saw, some, the number was small, in the large ogive window that lighted the hall, a small stony saint in a small stony pall, with a small stony mitre, and small stony crozier, and small stony toes that owed naught to the hosier, beckoned stonily downward to some one below, as merry man says, for to come, for to go, while every one smelt a delicious perfume that seemed to pervade every part of the room. Fair Edith Den, the bonnet belle, then, never again was beheld among men, But there was the fauteuil on which she was placed, and there was the girdle that graced her small waist, and there was her stomacher brilliant with gems, and the mantle she wore edged with lace at the hems. Her rich brocade gown sat upright in its place, and her wimple was there, but where was her face? 'Twas gone with her body, and nobody knows, nor could anyone present so much as suppose how that lady contrived to slip out of her clothes. But 'twas done, she was quite gone, the how and the where, no mortal was ever yet found to declare, though inquiries were made, and some writers record that Sir Alured offered a handsome reward. King Edward went o'er to his wars in Guienne, taking with him his barons, his knight, and his men. You may look through the whole of that king's muster roll, and you won't find the name of Sir Alured den, but chronicles tell that there formerly stood a little old chapel in Bilsington Wood. The remains to this day, archaeologists say, may be seen, and I'd go there and look if I could. There long dwelt a hermit, remarkably good, who lived all alone, and never was known to use bed or bolster, except the cold stone, but would groan and would moan in so piteous a tone, a wild Irishman's heart had responded, "Och hone!" As the fashion with hermits of old was to keep skins, to wear with the wool on, most commonly sheepskins, he too, like the rest, was accustomed to do so. His beard, as no barber came near him too, grew so. He bore some resemblance to Robinson Crusoe. In Houndsditch, I'm told, you'll sometimes see a Jew so. He lived on the roots and the cobnuts and fruits, which the kind-hearted rustics who rarely ate churls in such matters would send by their boys and their girls. They'd not get him to speak if they tried for a week, but the color would always mount up in his cheek, and he'd look like a dragon if ever he heard his young friends use a naughty expression or word. How long he lived or at what time he died, 'twere hard, after so many years, to decide. But there's one point on which all traditions agree, that he did die at last, leaving no lethargy, and his linen was marked with an A and a D. Alas for the glories of Bonnington Hall! Alas for its splendor! Alas for its fall! Long years have gone by since the traveller might spy any decentish house in the parish at all, for very soon after the awful event, I've related, 'twas said, through all that part of Kent, that the maids of a morning, when putting the chairs and the tables to rights, would oft pop unawares in one of the parlours or galleries or stairs on a tall female figure, or find her, far horrider, slowly o' nights promenading the corridor. But whatever the hour or wherever the place, no one could ever get sight of her face, nor could they perceive any arm in her sleeve, while her legs and her feet, too, seemed mere make-believe, for she glided along with that shadow-like motion which gives one the notion of clouds on a zephyr or ships on the ocean. And though of her gown they could hear the silk rustle, they saw but that side on't ornate with the bustle. The servants, of course, though the house they were born in, soon wanted to better themselves and gave warning, while even the new knight grew tired of a guest who would not let himself or his family rest. So he packed up his all, and he made a bare wall of each well-furnished room in his ancestors' hall, then left the old mansion to stand or to fall, having previously barred up the windows and gates, to avoid paying cesses and taxes and rates, and settled on one of his other estates, where he built a new mansion and called it Den Hill, and there his descendants reside, I think, still. Poor Bonnington, empty, or left at the most to the joint occupation of rooks and a ghost, soon went to decay and mouldered away, but whether it dropped down at last I can't say, or whether the jackdaws produced by degrees spontaneous combustion like that one at Pisa. Some centuries ago, I'm sure I don't know, but you can't find a vestige now ever so tiny. Perirunt, as someone says, etiam ruinae. Moral? The first maxim a couple of lines may be said in. If you are in a passion, don't swear at a wedding. Whenever you chance to be asked out to dine, be exceedingly cautious. Don't take too much wine. In your eating, remember one principal point. Whatever you do, have your eye on the joint. Keep clear of side dishes, don't meddle with those which the servants in livery or those in plain clothes poke over your shoulders and under your nose. Or, if you must live on the fat of the land and feed on fine dishes you don't understand, buy a good book of cookery. I've a compact one, first rate of the kind, just brought out by Miss Acton. This will teach you their names, the ingredients they're made of, and which to indulge in and which be afraid of. Or else, 10 to 1, between ice and cayenne, you'll commit yourself some day like a lurid den. To persons about to be married, I'd say, don't exhibit ill humor, at least on the day, and should there perchance be a trifling delay, on the part of officials, extend them your pardon, and don't snub the parson, the clerk, or churchwarden. To married men this, for the rest of your lives. Think how your misconduct may act on your wives. Don't swear then before them, lest haply they faint, or what sometimes occurs, run away with a saint. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series by Richard Harris Barham. The Brothers of Birchington. A serious error, similar to that which forms the subject of the following legend, is said to have occurred in the case of one, or rather 2 gentlemen named Corina, who dwelt near Hippo in the days of St. Augustine. The matter was set right, and a friendly hint at the same time conveyed to the ill-used individual that it would be advisable for him to apply to the above-mentioned father and be baptized with as little delay as possible. The story is quoted in The Doctor, together with another of the same kind, which is given on no less authority than that of Gregory the Great. A Lay of St. Thomas à Becket. You are all aware that on our throne there once sat a very great king who'd an Angevin hat, with a great sprig of broom, which he wore as a badge in it, named from this circumstance Henry Plantagenet. Pray don't suppose that I'm going to prose o'er Queen Eleanor's wrongs, or Miss Rosamond's woes, with the dagger and bowl and all that sort of thing, not much to the credit of Miss, Queen, or King. The tale may be true, but between me and you, with the king's escapade, I'll have nothing to do, but shall merely select as a theme for my rhymes a fact which occurred to some folks in his times. If for health or a lark you should ever embark in that best of improvements on boats since the Ark, the steam vessel called the Red Rover, the barge of an excellent officer named Captain Large, you may see some half-way twixt the pier at Herne Bay and Margate, the place where you're going to stay, a village called Birchington, famed for its rolls, as the fishing bank just in its front is for souls. Well, there stood a fane in this Henry Broom's reign on the edge of the cliff, overhanging the main, renowned for its sanctity all through the nation, and orthodox friars of the Austin persuasion. Among them there was one whom, if once I'd begun to describe as I ought, I should never have done. Father Richard of Birchington, so was the friar yclept, whom the rest had elected their prior. He was tall and upright, about 6 feet in height. His complexion was what you'd denominate light, and the tonsure had left, mid his ringlets of brown, a little bald patch on the top of his crown. His bright, sparkling eye was of hazel, and nigh rose a finely arched eyebrow of similar dye. He'd a small, well-formed mouth with the cupidon lip, and an aquiline nose, somewhat red at the tip. Indoors and out he was very devout, with his aves and paters, and oh, such a note for his self-flagellations. The monks used to say he would wear out 2 penn'orth of whipcord a day. Then how his piety shows in his diet. He dines upon pulse, or, by way of variety, sand-eels, or dabs, or his appetite mocks with those small periwinkles that crawl on the rocks. In brief, I don't stick to declare Father Dick, so they'd called him for short, was a regular brick, a metaphor taken, I have not the page aright, out of an ethical work by the Stagirite. Now, Nature, 'tis said, is a comical jade, and among the fantastical tricks she has played was the making our good Father Richard a brother, as like him in form as one pease like another. He was tall and upright, about 6 feet in height. His complexion was what you'd denominate light, and though he had not shorn his ringlets of brown, he'd a little bald patch on the top of his crown. He'd a bright sparkling eye of the hazel. Hard by rose a finely arched sourcil of similar dye. He'd a small, well-shaped mouth with a Cupidon lip and a good Roman nose rather red at the tip. But here, it's pretended, the parallel ended. In fact, there's no doubt his life might have been mended, and people who spoke of the prior with delight shook their heads if you mentioned his brother, the knight. If you'd credit report, there was nothing but sport and high jinks going on night and day at the court, where Sir Robert, instead of devotion and charity, spent all his time in unseemly hilarity. He drinks and he eats of choice liquors and meats, and he goes out on Wednesdays and Fridays to treats, gets tipsy whenever he dines or he sups, and is wont to come quarrelsome home in his cups. No paters, no aves, an absolute slave he's to tarts, pickled salmon and sauces and gravies, while as to his beads, what a shame in a knight. He really don't know the wrong end from the right. So, though 'twas owned then by 9 people in 10 that Robert and Richard were 2 pretty men, yet there the praise ceased, or at least the good priest was considered the beauty, Sir Robert the beast. Indeed, I'm afraid more might have been laid to the charge of the knight than was openly said, for then we'd no Phizzes, no H.B.'s, nor Leeches to call Robert's bobs and illustrate their speeches. 'Twas whispered he'd rob, nay, murder, a job, which would stamp him no brick but a regular snob, an obsolete term which at this time of day we should probably render by mauvais sujet. Now, if here such affairs get wind unawares, they are bruited about, doubtless much more downstairs, where old Nick has a register office, they say, with commissioners quite of such matters au fait. Of course, when he heard what his people averred of Sir Robert's proceeding in deed and in word, he asked for the ledger, and hastened to look at the leaves on the creditor side of this book. 'Twas with more than surprise that he now ran his eyes o'er the numberless items, oaths, curses, and lies, etc., set down in Sir Robert's account. He was quite flabbergasted to see the amount. Dear me, this is wrong. It's a great deal too strong. I'd no notion this bill had been standing so long. Send Levybub here. And he filled up a writ of Ca. duly prefaced with limbo, to wit. Here, Levybub, quick. To his bailiff said Nick, I'm riled, and my dander's up. Go ahead slick up to Kent, not Kentuck, and at once fetch away a snob there. I guess that's a mauvais sujet. One de Birchington, knight. 'Tis not clear quite what his t'other name is. They've not entered it right. Ralph? Robert? Or Richard? They've not gone so far. Our critters have put it down merely as R. But he's tall and upright, about 6 feet in height. His complexion, I reckon you'd calculate light. And he's farther set down, having ringlets of brown, with a little bald patch on the top of his crown. Then his eye and his lip, hook nose, red at tip, are marks your attention can't easily slip. Take Slomanach with you. He's got a good knack of soon grabbing his man, and be back in a crack. That same afternoon, Father Dick, who as soon would knock in or cut chapel as jump o'er the moon, was missing at vespers, at Compline all night, and his monks were, of course, in a deuce of a fright. Morning dawned. 'Twas broad day. Still no prior. The tray with his muffins and eggs went untasted away. He came not to luncheon. All said it was rum of him. None could conceive what on earth had become of him. They examined his cell. They peeped down the well. They went up the tower and looked into the bell. They dragged the great fish-pond. The little one tried, but found nothing at all, save some carp, which they fried. Dear me, why? Where can he be? He's fallen o'er the cliff, tumbled into the sea. Stay, he talked, exclaimed one, if I recollect right, of making a call on his brother, the knight. He turns as he speaks. The Court Lodge he seeks, which was known then as now by the queer name of Queeks. But scarce half a mile on his way had he sped when he spied the good prior in the paddock, stone dead. Alas, 'twas too true, and I need not tell you in the convent his news made a pretty to-do. Through all its wide precincts, so roomy and spacious, nothing was heard but "Bless me" and "Good gracious." They sent for the mayor and the doctor, a pair of grave men, who began to discuss the affair, when in bounced the coroner, foaming with fury, because, as he said, 'twas pooh-poohing his jury. Then commenced a dispute, and so hot they went to it that things seemed to threaten a serious émeute, when just in the midst of the roar and racket, who should walk in but St. Thomas a Becket? Quoth his saintship, "How now? Here's a fine coil, I trow. I should like to know, gentlemen, what's all this row? Mr. Whitcliffe, or Wackcliffe, whatever your name is, and you, Mr. Mayor, don't you know, sirs, what shame is? Pray, what's all this clatter about? What's the matter? Here a monk, whose teeth funk and concern made to chatter, sobs out as he points to the corpse on the floor. 'Tis all dicky with poor Father Dick. He's no more." "How? What?" says the saint. "Yes, he is." "No, he ain't." "He can't be deceased." "Poof! It's merely a faint, or some foolish mistake which may serve for our laughter. He should have died like the old Scotch queen hereafter. His time is not out. Some blunder, no doubt. It shall go hard, but what I'll know what it's about. I shan't be surprised if that scurvy old Nick's had a hand in it. It savours one of his tricks." When a crafty old hound claps his nose to the ground, then throws it up boldly and bays out, "I've found," and the pack catch the note, I'd as soon think to check it as dream of bamboozling St. Thomas a Becket. Once on the scent to business he went. "You scoundrel, come here, sir." 'Twas Nick that he meant. "Bring your books here this instant. Bestir yourself, do. I've no time to waste on such fellows as you." Every corner and nook in all Erebus shook as he struck on the pavement his pastoral crook. All its tenements trembled from basement to roofs, and their nigger inhabitants shook in their hoofs. Hanging his ears, yet dissembling his fears, ledger in hand, straight old Harney appears, with that sort of half-sneaking, half-impudent look bankrupts sport when cross-questioned by Cressel or Cook. "So, sir, you are here," said the saint with a sneer. "My summons, I trust, did not much interfere with your morning engagements. I merely desire at your leisure to know what you've done with my prior. Now, none of your lies, Mr. Nick. I'd advise you to tell me the truth without any disguise, or—" The saint, while his rosy gills seemed to grow rosier, here gave another great thump with his crosier. Like a small boy at Eton, who's not quite a Crichton and don't know his task, but expects to be beaten, Nick stammered, scarce knowing what answer to make. "Sir, I'm sadly afraid there has been a mistake. These things will occur. We are all apt to err. The most cautious, sometimes, as you know, holy sir. For my own part, I'm sure I do all that I can, but the fact is, I fear, we have got the wrong man." "Wrong man!" roared the saint. "But the scene I can't paint. The best colours I have are a great deal too faint." Nick afterwards owned that he ne'er knew what fright meant before he saw Saint under so much excitement. "Wrong man! Don't tell me. Pooh, fiddle-de-dee. What's your right, scamp, to any man? Come, let me see, I'll teach you, you thorough-paced rascal, to meddle with church matters. Come, sirrah, out with your schedule." In support of his claim, the fiend turns to the name of de Birchington, written in letters of flame, below which long items stand, column on column, enough to have eked out a decent-sized volume. Sins of all sorts and shapes, from small practical japes up to dicings and drinkings and murders and rapes, and then of such standing a merciless tick from an Oxford tobacconist. let alone Nick. The saint, in surprise, scarce believed his own eyes. Still he knew he had to deal with the father of lies, and so, "This, you call this?" he exclaimed in a searching tone. "This the account of my friend Dick de Birchington?" "Why," said Nick with an air of great candour, "it's there lies the awkwardest part of this awkward affair. I thought all was right. See, the height tallies quite. The complexion's what all must consider as light. There's the nose and the lip, and the ringlets of brown, and the little bald patch on top of the crown. And then the surname, so exactly the same. I don't know, I can't tell how the accident came, but somehow, I own it's a very sad job, but my bailiff grabbed Dick when he should have nabbed Bob. I am vexed beyond bounds. You should have such good grounds for complaint. I would rather have given £5, and any apology, sir, you may choose, I'll make with much pleasure, and put in the news." "An apology? Pooh, much good that'll do. An apology, quaddle, and that too from you. Before any proposal is made of the sort, bring back your stolen goods, thief. Produce them in court." In a moment so small it seemed no time at all, Father Richard sat up on his sur son séant, and what was as wondrous as pleasing at once, began coughing and sniffing and sneezing, while, strange to relate, the knight whom the fate of his brother had reached, and who'd knocked at the gate to make further inquiries, had scarce made his bow to the saint ere he vanished, and no one knew how. "E rupit, e vesit," as Tully would phrase it, and none would have known where to find his hic jacet. That sentence which man his mortality teaches. Sir Robert had disappeared, body in breeches. "Hey day, sir, hey day, what's the matter now, eh?" quoth a Becket, observing the general dismay. "How again? 'Pon my word, this really is too bad. It would drive any saint in the calendar mad. What, still at your tricking? You will have a kicking? I see you won't rest till you got a good licking. Your claim, friend? What claim? Why, you'd showed me before that your old claim was cancelled. You've crossed out the score. Is it that way, you Jew one? You've settled a true one. Do you mean to tell me he's run up a new one? Of the thousands you've cheated and scurvily treated, name one you've dared charge with a bill once receipted. In the bankruptcy court, should you dare to presume to attempt it, they'd soon kick you out of the room. Ask Commissioner Fonblanc, or ask my Lord Brougham. And then, to make under so barefaced a blunder your caption, why, what's the world come to, I wonder? My patience is just like his impudence, rat him. Stand out of the way there, and let me get at him." The saint raised his arm, but old Nick, in alarm, dashed up through the skylight, not doing much harm, while quitte pour la peur, the night, sound on the whole, down the chimney came tumbling, as black as a coal. Spare we to tell of what after befell, how the saint lectured Robert de Birchington well, bade him alter his life, and held out as a warning the narrow escape he'd made on't that morning. Nor need we declare how, then and there, the jury and coroner blew up the mayor for his breach of decorum as one of the quorum in not having levy-bub brought up before him. Nor will ye require me to state how the prior could never henceforth bear the sight of a fire, nor ever was heard to express a desire in cold weather to see the thermometer higher. Nor shall I relate the subsequent fate of St. Thomas a Becket, whose reverend pate Fitzurse and de Morville and Brito and Tracy shaved off, as his crown had been merely a jacy. Suffice it to say that from that notable day the twin Birchington brothers together grew grey in the same holy convent, continued to dwell, same food and same fastings, same habit, same cell. No more the knight rattles in broils and in battles, but sells by de Robins his goods and his chattels, and counting all wealth a mere will-o'-the-wisp, disposes of queeks to Sir Nicholas Crisp. One spot alone of all he had known of his spacious domain he retained as his own, in a neighbouring parish, whose name, I may say, scarce any two people pronounced the same way, reculver some style it, while others revile it as bad and say reculver. 'Tisn't worth while, it would seem, to dispute, when we know the result immaterial. I accent myself the penultimate. Sages with brains full of Saxon remains may call me a booby, perhaps for my pains. Still I hold, at the hazard of being thought dull by 'em, fast by the quantity marked for regulbium. Call't as you will. The traveller, still in the voyage that we talked about, marks on the hill overhanging the sea the twin towers raised then by Robert and Richard, those two pretty men, both tall and upright and just equal in height. The Trinity House talked of painting them white, and the thing was much spoken of some time ago, when the Duke, I believe, but I really don't know. Well, there the twins stand on the verge of the land to warn mariners off from the Columbine sand, and many a poor man have Robert and Dick by their vow caused to escape, like themselves, from Old Nick. So whether you're sailors or Tooley Street tailors, broke loose from your masters, those sternest of jailers, and bent upon pleasure are taking your trip in a craft which you fondly conceive is a ship, when you've passed by the Nore, and you hear the winds roar in a manner you scarce could have fancied before, when the cordage and tackling are flapping and crackling, and the boy with the bell thinks it useless to tell you that dinner's on table because you're unwell, when above you all is scud, and below you the flood looks a horrible picture of soap-suds and mud, when the timbers are straining, and folks are complaining, the dead lights are letting the spray and the rain in, when the helmsman looks blue, and Captain large too, and you really don't know what on earth you shall do. In this hubbub and row, think where you'd be now except for the Birchington boys and their vow, and while over the wide wave you feel the craft pitch hard, pray for your souls of Robert and Richard. Moral. It's the subject of serious complaint in some houses with young married men who have elderly spouses, that persons are seen in their figures and faces with very queer people in very queer places, so like them that one for the other's oft taken, and conjugal confidence thereby much shaken. Explanations too often are thought mere pretences, and Richard gets scolded for Robert's offences. In a matter so nice, if I'm asked my advice, I say, copy King Henry to obviate that, and stick something remarkable up in your hat. Next, observe in this world where we've so many cheats, how useful it is to preserve your receipts. If you deal with a person whose truth you don't doubt, be particular still that your bill is crossed out. But with any inducement to think him a scamp, have a formal receipt on a regular stamp. Let every gay gallant, my story, who notes, take warning, and not go on sowing wild oats, nor depend that some friend will always attend, and by making all right bring him off in the end. He may be mistaken, so let him beware. St. Thomas a Becket's are now rather rare. Last of all, mayors and magistrates, never be rude to juries. They are people who won't be pooh-poohed, especially sandwich ones. No one can say but himself may come under the clutches one day. They then may pay off, in kind, any scoff, and turning their late verdict quite vice-versa, acquit you, and not recommend you to mercy. End of section 4. Read by Sandra in Montreal, 2025.
Section 5 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series, by Richard Harris Barham. The Knight and the Lady. A domestic legend of the reign of Queen Anne. Hail, wedded love, mysterious tie. Thompson, or somebody. The Lady Jane was tall and slim. The Lady Jane was fair. And Sir Thomas, her lord, was stout of limb, but his cough was short and his eyes were dim, and he wore green specs with a tortoiseshell rim, and his hat was remarkably broad in the brim, and she was uncommonly fond of him. And they were a loving pair, and the name and the fame of the knight and his dame were everywhere hailed with the loudest acclaim, and wherever they went or wherever they came, far and wide, the people cried, "Huzzah! For the lord of this noble domain! Huzzah! 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 Once again! Encore! Encore! One cheer more! All sorts of pleasure and no sorts of pain, to Sir Thomas the Good and the fair Lady Jane." Now Sir Thomas the Good, be it well understood, was a man of a very contemplative mood. He would pore by the hour o'er a weed or a flower, or the slugs that come crawling out after a shower. Black beetles and bumblebees, blue bottle flies, and moths were of no small account in his eyes. An industrious flea he'd by no means despise, while an old daddy longlegs, whose long legs and thighs passed the common in shape, or in colour or size, he was wont to consider an absolute prize. Nay, a hornet or wasp he could scarce keep his paws off. He gave up, in short, both business and sport, and abandoned himself tout entière to philosophy. Now, as Lady Jane was tall and slim, and Lady Jane was fair, and a good many years the junior of him, and as he, all agree, looked less like her Marie as he walked by her side than her père, there are some might be found entertaining a notion that such an entire and exclusive devotion to that part of science folks style entomology was a positive shame, and to such a fair dame really demanded some sort of apology. No doubt it would vex one half of the sex to see their own husband in horrid green specs, instead of enjoying a sociable chat, still poking his nose into this and to that, at a gnat, or a bat, or a cat, or a rat, or great ugly things, all legs and wings, with nasty long tails armed with nasty long stings, and they join such a log of a spouse to condemn one eternally thinking and blinking and winking at grubs, when he ought to be winking at them. But no, oh no, 'twas by no means so with the Lady Jane Ingoldsby. She, far discreeter, and having a temper more even and sweeter, would never object to her spouse in respect to his poking and peeping after things creeping, much less be still keeping lamenting and weeping, or scolding at what she perceived him so deep in. Tout au contraire, no lady so fair was e'er known to wear more contented an air, and let who would call, every day she was there, propounding receipts for some delicate fare, some toothsome conserve of quince, apple, or pear, or distilling strong waters, or potting a hare, or counting her spoons and her crockery ware, or else her tambour frame before her with care, embroidering a stool, or a back for a chair, with needlework roses, most cunning and rare, enough to make less gifted visitors stare, and declare, where'er they had been, that they ne'er in their lives had seen aught that at all could compare with dear Lady Jane's housewifery. That they would swear. Nay more, don't suppose, with such doings as those, this account of her merits must come to a close. No, examine her conduct more closely, you'll find she by no means neglected improving her mind, for there all the while, with air quite bewitching, she sat herring-boning, tambouring, or stitching, or having an eye to affairs in the kitchen. Close by her side sat her kinsman Macbride, her cousin 14 times removed, as you'll see if you look at the Ingoldsby family tree in Burke's Commoners, volume 20, page 53. All the papers I've read agree too with the pedigree, where, among the collateral branches appears Captain Dugald Macbride, Royal Scots Fusiliers, and I doubt if you'd find in the whole of his clan a more highly intelligent, worthy young man, and there he'd be sitting, while she was a-knitting, or hemming, or stitching, or darning and fitting, or putting a gore or a gusset or bit in, reading aloud with a very grave look some very wise saw from some very good book, some such pious divine as St. Thomas Aquinas, or equally charming, the works of Bellarmine, or else he unravels the voyages and travels of Hakluyt, How sadly these Dutch names do sully verse. Purchasers, Hawkesworth, or Lemuel Gullivers, not to name others, mongst whom there are few so admired as John Bunyan and Robinson Crusoe. No matter who came, it was always the same. The captain was reading aloud to the dame, till from having gone through half the books on the shelf, they were almost as wise as Sir Thomas himself. Well, it happened one day, I really can't say the particular month, but I think 'twas in May, 'twas I know in the springtime, when nature looks gay, as the poet observes, and on tree-top and spray the dear little dicky birds carol away, when the grass is so green and the sun is so bright, and all things are teeming with life and with light, that the whole of the house was thrown into a fright, for no soul could conceive what was gone with the night. It seems he had taken a light breakfast, bacon, an egg, with a little broiled haddock, at most a round and a half of some hot buttered toast, with a slice of cold sirloin from yesterday's roast. And then, let me see, he had 2, perhaps 3 cups with sugar and cream of strong gunpowder tea, with a spoonful in each of some choice eau de vie, which with 9 out of 10 would perhaps disagree. In fact, I and my son mixed black with our hyson, neither having the nerves of a bull or a bison, and both hating brandy, like what some call pison. No matter for that, he had called for his hat, with the brim that I've said was so broad and so flat, and his specs with the tortoise-shell rim, and his cane with the crutch-handled top, which he used to sustain his steps in his walks, and to poke in the shrubs and the grass when unearthing his worms and his grubs. Thus armed he set out on a ramble. Alack! He set out, poor dear soul, but he never came back. First dinner bell rang out its euphonious clang at 5. Folks kept early hours then, and the last ding-donged, as it ever was wont, at 1/2 while Betsy and Sally and Thompson the valet and everyone else was beginning to bless himself, wondering the knight had not come in to dress himself. Quoth Betsy, "Dear me, why, the fish will be cold." Quoth Sally, "Good gracious, how missus will scold." Thompson the valet looked gravely at Sally, as who should say, truth must not always be told. Then, expressing a fear lest the knight might take cold, thus exposed to the dews, lamb's wool stockings and shoes of each a fresh pair, he put down to air and hung a clean shirt to the fire on a chair. Still the master was absent. The cook came and said he much feared as the dinner had been so long ready, the roast and the boiled would be all of it spoiled, and the puddings, her ladyship thought such a treat he was morally sure would be scarce fit to eat. This closed the debate. "'Twould be folly to wait," said the lady. "Dish up, let the meal be served straight, and let 2 or 3 slices be put on a plate and kept hot for Sir Thomas. He's lost, sure as fate, and 100 to 1 won't be home till it's late." Captain Dugald MacBride then proceeded to face the lady at table, stood up and said grace, then set himself down in Sir Thomas's place. Wearily, wearily all that night, that livelong night, did the hours go by, and the Lady Jane, in grief and in pain, she sat herself down to cry, and Captain MacBride, who sat by her side, though I really can't say that he actually cried, at least had a tear in his eye, as much as can well be expected, perhaps, from very young fellows for very old chaps, and if he had said what he'd got in his head, 'twould have been, "Poor old Buffer, he's certainly dead." The morning dawned, and the next, and all in the mansion were still perplexed. No watchdog bade a welcome home as a watchdog should to the good Sir Thomas, no knocker fell his approach to tell, not so much as a runaway ring at the bell. The hall was silent as hermit's cell. Yet the sun shone bright upon tower and tree, and the meads smiled green as green may be, and the dear little dicky birds carolled with glee, and the lambs in the park skipped merry and free. Without, all was joy and harmony, and thus 'twill be, nor long the day ere we like him shall pass away. Yon sun that now our bosoms warms shall shine, but shine on other forms. Yon grove, whose choir so sweetly cheers us now, shall sound on other ears. The joyous lamb as now shall play, but other eyes its sports survey. The stream we loved shall roll as fair, the flowery sweets, the trim parterre, shall scent as now the ambient air. The tree, whose bending branches bear the one loved name, shall yet be there, but where the hand that carved it? Where? These were hinted to me as the very ideas which passed through the mind of the fair Lady Jane, her thoughts having taken a somberish train as she walked on the esplanade to and again, with Captain Macbride, of course, at her side, who could not look quite so forlorn, though he tried. An idea, in fact, had got into his head that if poor dear Sir Thomas should really be dead, it might be no bad spec to be there in his stead, and by simply contriving in due time to wed a lady who was young and fair, a lady slim and tall, to set himself down in comfort there, the Lord of Tapton Hall. Thinks he, we have sent half over Kent, and nobody knows how much money's been spent, yet no one's been found to say which way he went. The groom who's been over to Folkestone and Dover can't get any tidings at all of the rover. Here's a fortnight and more has gone by, and we've tried every plan we could hit on. The whole countryside, upon all its dead walls, with placards we've supplied, and we've sent out the crier and had him well cried. Missing, stolen or strayed, lost or mislaid, a gentleman, middle-aged, sober and staid, stooped slightly, and when he left home was arrayed in a sad-coloured suit, somewhat dingy and frayed, had spectacles on with a tortoise-shell rim, and a hat rather low-crowned and broad in the brim. Whoe'er shall bear or shall send him with care, right side uppermost, home, or shall give notice where the said middle-aged gentleman is, or shall state any fact that may tend to throw light on his fate, to the man at the turnpike, called Tappington Gate, shall receive a reward of £5 for his trouble. N.B. If defunct, the reward will be double. Had he been above ground, he must have been found. No, doubtless he's shot, or he's hanged, or he's drowned. Then his widow? Ay, ay, but what will folk say, to address her at once, at so early a day? Well, what then, who cares? Let 'em say what they may, a fig for their nonsense and chatter. Suffice it, her charms will excuse one for casting sheep's eyes at her. When a man has decided, as Captain Macbride did, and once fully made up his mind on the matter, he can't be too prompt in unmasking his battery. He began on the instant and vowed that her eyes far exceeded in brilliance the stars in the skies, that her lips were like roses, her cheeks were like lilies, her breath had the odour of daffy-down-dillies. With 1,000 more compliments equally true, and expressed in similitudes equally new. Then his left arm he placed round her jimp taper waist. Ere she'd fix to repulse or return his embrace, up came running a man at a deuce of a pace, with that very peculiar expression of face which always betokens dismay or disaster. Crying out, 'twas the gardener, "Oh, ma'am, we've found master!" Where? Screamed the lady. An echo screamed, "Where?" The man couldn't say, "There." He had no breath to spare, but gasping for air, he could only respond by pointing. He pointed, alas, to the pond. 'Twas e'en so, poor dear knight, with his specs and his hat, he'd gone poking his nose into this and to that, when, close to the side of the bank, he espied an uncommon fine tadpole, remarkably fat. He stooped, and he thought her his own. He had caught her, got hold of her tail, and to land almost brought her, when he plumped head and heels into 15 feet water. The Lady Jane was tall and slim, the Lady Jane was fair. Alas for Sir Thomas, she grieved for him, as she saw 2 serving men sturdy of limb, his body between them bear. She sobbed and she sighed, she lamented and cried, for of sorrow brimful was her cup. She swooned, and I think she'd have fallen down and died, if Captain Macbride had not been by her side, with the gardener. They both their assistance supplied, and managed to hold her up. But when she comes to, oh, 'tis shocking to view the sight which the corpse reveals. Sir Thomas's body, it looked so odd he was half eaten up by the eels. His waistcoat and hose and the rest of his clothes were all gnawed through and through, and out of each shoe an eel they drew, and from each of his pockets they pulled out two, and the gardener himself had secreted a few, as well we may suppose, for when he came running to give the alarm, he had 6 in the basket that hung on his arm. Good Father John was summoned anon. Holy water was sprinkled, and little bells tinkled, and tapers were lighted, and incense ignited, and masses were sung, and masses were said, all day for the quiet repose of the dead, and all night no one thought about going to bed. But Lady Jane was tall and slim, and Lady Jane was fair, and ere morning came that winsome dame had made up her mind, or, what's much the same, had thought about, once more, changing her name. And she said with a pensive air to Thomas the valet, while taking away when supper was over the cloth and the tray, eels are many I've ate, but any so good ne'er tasted before. There are fish too, of which I'm remarkably fond. Go pop Sir Thomas again in the pond. Poor dear, he'll catch us some more. Moral. All middle-aged gentlemen, let me advise, if you're married and have not got very good eyes, don't go poking about after blue-bottle flies. If you spectacles, don't have a tortoise-shell rim, and don't go near the water, unless you can swim. Married ladies, especially such as are fair, tall and slim, I would next recommend to beware how on losing one spouse they give way to despair. But let them reflect. There are fish, and no doubt on't, as good in the river as ever came out on't. Should they light on a spouse who is given to roaming, in solitude, raison de plus, in the gloaming, let them have a fixed time for said spouse to come home in, and if, when last dinner bell is rung, he's late, to ensure better manners in future, don't wait. If of husband or children they chance to be fond, have a stout iron wire fence put all round the pond. One more piece of advice, and I close my appeals, that is, if you chance to be partial to eels, then crede experto, trust one who has tried, have them spitch-cocked or stewed. They're too oily when fried. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series, by Richard Harris Barham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series, by Richard Harris Barham. The Housewarming. A Legend of Bleeding Heart Yard. Did you ever see the devil dance? Old Query. Sir Christopher Hatton, he danced with grace. He'd a very fine form, and a very fine face, and his cloak and his doublet were guarded with lace, and the rest of his clothes, as you well may suppose, in taste were by no means inferior to those. He'd a yellow starched ruff, and his gloves were of buff, on each of his shoes a red heel and a rose, and nice little mustaches under his nose. Then everyone knows how he turned out his toes, and a very great way that accomplishment goes. In a court where it's thought, in a lord or a duke, a disgrace to fall short in the brawls there cachuca. So what with his form, and what with his face, and what with his velvet cloak guarded with lace, and what with his elegant dancing and grace, his dress and address so tickled Queen Bess, that her majesty gave him a very snug place, and seeing moreover at one single peep, her advisers were few of them, sharper or deeper. Old Burleigh excepted, she made him Lord Keeper. I've heard, I confess, with no little surprise, English history called a farrago of lies, and a certain divine, a connection of mine, who ought to know better, as some folks opine, is apt to declare, leaning back in his chair, with a sort of a smirking, self-satisfied air, that all that's recorded in Hume and elsewhere of our early annales a trumpery tale is, like the bold Captain Smith's and the luckless Miss Bailey's. That old Roger Hovden and Ralph de Cito, and others whose name I should try to repeat, over well I'm assured you would put in your veto, though all holy friars were very great liars, and raised stories faster than Grisel and Peto. That herald escaped with the loss of a glim, that the shaft which killed Rufus ne'er glanced from a limb of a tree, as they say, but with aimed slap at him. That fair Rosamond never was poisoned or spitted, but outlived Queen Nell, who was much to be pitied. That Nelly, her namesake, Ned Longshank's wife, ne'er went crusading at all in her life, nor sucked the wound made by the poison-tipped knife. For as she, o'er the sea, towards far Galilee, never, even in fancy, marched Carcass or Cruikshanks. Of course she could no more suck Longshanks than Cruikshanks, but leaving her spindle-legged liege lord to roam, stayed behind and sucked something much better at home. That it's quite as absurd to say Edward III, in reviving the garter, afforded a handle for any court gossip, detraction, or scandal, as 'twould be to say that at court t'other day, at the fete which the newspapers say was so gay, his great representative then stole away Lady Salisbury's garters as part of the play. That as to Prince Hal's being taken to jail by the London police without main prize or bail, for cuffing a judge, it's a regular fudge, and that Chief Justice Gascoigne is very well known, was kicked out the moment he came to the throne. Then that Richard III was a marvellous proper man, never killed, injured, wronged of a copper man, never wished to smother the sons of his brother, nor ever stuck Harry VI, who instead of being squaboshed, as in Shakespeare we've read, caught a bad influenza and died in his bed, in the tower, not far from the room where the guard is, the octagon one that adjoins Duffus Hardy's. That, in short, all the facts in the Decem Scriptoris are nothing at all but sheer humbugging stories. Then, if, as he vows, both this country and France in, historians thus gave themselves up to romancing, notwithstanding what most of them join in advancing, respecting Sir Christopher's capering and prancing, 'twill cause no surprise if we find that his rise is not to be solely ascribed to his dancing. The fact is, Sir Christopher early in life, as all bachelors should do, had taken a wife, a Fanshawe by family, one of a house, well descended, but boasting less nobles than else. Though in as to purse he might have done worse, for I find on perusing her grandfather's will it is clear she had good gifts beside possibilities. Footnote: £700 in possibilities is good gifts. Sir Hugh Evans. End footnote. Ouches and rings and such sort of things, or Alana shares, then the American stocks, jewelled stomachers, coifs, ruffs, silk stockings with clocks, point lace, cambric, handkerchiefs, nightcaps, and socks, recondite apparel contained in her box. Then the height of her breeding and depth of her reading might captivate any gay youth, and in leading him on to propose, well, excuse the proceeding. Truth to tell, as to reading, the lady was thought to do more than she should, and no more than she ought to do. Her maid, it was said, declared that she read, a custom all staid folks discourage, in bed, and that often a night's odd noises and sights in her mistress's chamber had given her sad frights. After all in the mansion had put out their lights, and she verily thought that hobgoblins and sprites were there kicking up all sorts of devil's delights. Miss Allison, in short, was supposed to collogue. I don't much like the word, with the subtle old rogue I've heard called by so many names, one of them's bogey, Indeed, 'twas conceived, and by most folks believed, a thing at which all of her well-wishers grieved, that should she incline to play such a vagary, like sage Lady Branksome, her contemporary, excuse the false quantity, reader, I pray, she could turn a knight into a wagon of hay, or 2 nice little boys into puppies at play. Raison de plus, not a doubt could exist of her power to turn Kit Hatton into Sir Christopher. But what mighty magic or strong conjuration, whether love powder, philter, or other potation, she used, I confess, I'm unable to guess, much less to express by what skills and address she cut and contrived with such signal success, as we Londoners say, to enwiggle Queen Bess. Inasmuch as I lack heart to study the black art, be that as it may, it's clear as the sun that, however she did it, 'twas certainly done. Now, they're all very well, titles, honor, and rank. Still, we can't but admit, if we choose to be frank, there's no harm in a snug little sum in the bank. An old proverb says, pudding still before praise, an adage well known, I've no doubt, in those days. And George Coleman, the younger, in one of his plays, makes one of his characters loudly declare that a lord without money, I quote from his Heir at Law's, but a poor wishy-washy affair. In her subsequent conduct, I think we can see a strong proof the dame entertained some such idea, for once in the palace we find Lady Alice again playing tricks with Her Majesty's chalice. In the way that the jocose in our days termed hocussing, the liquor she used, as I've said, she kept close, but whatever it was, she now doubled the dose. So true is the saying, we never can stay in our progress when once with the foul fiend we league us. She doctored the punch, and she doctored the negus, taking care not to put in sufficient to flavor it, till at every fresh sip that moistened her lip, the virgin queen grew more attached to her favorite. No end now he commands of money and lands, and as George Robins says when he's writing about houses, messuages, tenements, crofts, tofts, and outhouses. Parks, manors, chases, she gives and she grants to him and his heirs and his uncles and aunts. Whatever he wants, he has only to ask it, and all other suitors are left in the basket. Till Dudley and Raleigh began to look squally, while even grave Cecil, the famous Lord Burleigh, himself shook his head and grew snappish and surly. All this was fine sport, as our authors report, to Dame Alice, become a great lady at court, where none than her ladyship's husband looked bigger, who led the brawls still with the same grace and vigor. Footnote: the grave Lord Keeper led the brawls, the seals and maces danced before him. Gray. End footnote. Though losing a little in slimness and figure, for eating and drinking all day of the best, of viands well dressed, with Burgess's zest, is apt by degrees to enlarge a man's vest. And what in Sir Christopher went to increase it, he'd always been rather inclined to obesity. Few men in those times were found to grow thinner with beefsteaks for breakfast and pork pie for dinner. Now, it's really a difficult problem to say how long matters might have gone on in this way, if it had not unluckily happened one day that Nick, who because he'd the gout in his claws, and his hoofs, he's by no means so young as he was, and is subject of late to a sort of rheumatic attack that partakes both of gout and sciatica. All the night long had twisted and grinned, his pains much increased by an easterly wind, which always compels him to hobble and limp, was strongly advised by his medical imp to lie by a little and give over work, for he'd lately been slaving away like a Turk on the Guinea coast, helping to open a brave trade in niggers with Hawkins, who founded the slave trade. Footnote: Sir John Hawkins, for his worthy attempts and services, and because he in the same he had divers conflights with the Morians, and slew and took divers of the same Morians, received from Elizabeth an honourable augmentation to his coat armour, including for his crest a demi-Moor sable with 2 manacles on each arm, or End footnote. So he'd called for his ledger, the constant resource of your mercantile folk when they're not in full force. If a cold or a catarrh makes them husky and hoarse, or a touch of gout keeps them away from the bourse, they look over their books as a matter of course. Now scarce had Nick turned over one page or two, ere a prominent item attracted his view. A bill that had now been some days overdue, from one Alice Hatton, née Fanshawe, a name which you'll recognize, reader, at once as the same with that borne by Sir Christopher's erudite dame. The signature, much more prononcé than pink, seemed written in blood, but it might be red ink, while the rest of the deed he proceeded to read like every bill, bond, or quittance whose date is 300 years old, ran in Latin, Sciatus diaboli omnis ad quos vic pervenient. But courage, dear reader, I mean to be lenient, and scorn to inflict on you half the law reading I picked up umquil in 3 days' special pleading, which cost me a theme I'll not pause to digress on, just £33, 6 and 8 a lesson. As I'm stout, I'll be merciful, therefore, in sparing all these technicalities, end by declaring the deed so correct as to make one suspect, were it possible any such person could go there. Old Nick had a special attorney below there. 'Twas so framed and expressed, no tribunal could shake it, and firm as red wax and black ferret could make it. By the roll of his eye, as old Nick put it by, it was clear he had made up his mind what to do in respect to the course he should have to pursue, when his hoof would allow him to put on a shoe. No, although the Lord Keeper held under the crown house and land in the country, he'd never a town-house. And as we have seen, his course always had been, when he wanted a thing to solicit the Queen. So now, in the hope of a fresh acquisition, he danced off to court with his humble petition. Please your Majesty's grace, I have not a place I can well put my head in to dine, sup, or sleep. Your Grace's Lord Keeper has nowhere to keep. So I beg and entreat at your Majesty's feet, that your Grace will be graciously pleased for to say, with as little delay as your Majesty may, where your Majesty's Grace Lord Keeper's to stay, and your Grace's petitioner ever will pray. The Queen, when she heard this petition preferred, gave ear to Sir Christopher's suit at a word. Odd bobs, my good lord, was her gracious reply. I don't know, not I, any good reason why a Lord Keeper like you should not always be nigh to advise and devise and revise our supply. A house? We're surprised that the thing did not strike us before. Yes, of course, pray whose house would you like? When I do things of this kind, I do them genteelly. A house? Let me see. There's the Bishop of Ely, a capital mansion, I'm told the proud knave is in, up there in Holborn, just opposite Davy's Inn, where the strawberries grow so fine and so big, which our grandmother's uncle tucked in like a pig. King Richard III, which you all must have read of, the day, don't you know, he cut Hastings' head off. And mark me, proud prelate, I'm speaking to you. Bishop Heaton, you need not, my lord, look so blue. Give it up on the instant. I don't mean to shock you, or else by... The bishop was shocked. I'll unfrock you. The Queen turns abruptly, her back on the group. To courtiers all bow as she passes and stoop, to kiss as she goes the hind flouts of her hoop. And Sir Christopher, having thus danced to some tune, skips away with much glee in his best rigadoon, while poor Bishop Heaton, who found himself beaten, in serious alarm at the Queen's costumelious and menacing tone, at once gave him up Ely House, with every appurtenance thereto belonging, including the strawberry beds, 'twas so strong, and politely he bowed to the gratified minion, and said, There can be, my good lord, in opinion, no difference betwixt yours and mine as to fixtures, and tables, and chairs. We need no surveyors. Take them just as you find them, without reservation, grates, coppers, and all, at your own valuation. Well, the object is gained, a good town-house obtained. The next thing to be thought of is now the housewarming party, the when and the how. The court ladies call, one and all, great and small, for an elegant spread and more elegant ball. So Sir Christopher, vain as we know of his capering, no sooner had finished his painting and papering than he sat down and wrote a nice little pink note to every great lord whom he knew and his spouse, from our poor place on Holborn Hill, late Ely House. Lord Keeper and Dame Alice Hatton request Lord So-and-so's, name, style, or title expressed, good company on the next eve of St. John, viz. Friday week, June 24th, as their guest, to partake of pot luck and taste a fat buck. Nota bene, venison, on table exactly at 3 quadrilles in the afternoon, RSVP. For my good lord of so-and-so, these and his wife, ride, ride for thy life, for thy life, for thy life. Thus courtiers were wont to endorse their expresses in Harry the Eighth's time, and also Queen Bess's. The dame, for her part, too, took order that cards should be sent to the mess-rooms of all the hussards, the household troops, train bands, and horse and foot guards. Well, the day for the rout at length came about, and the bells of St. Andrew's rang merrily out, as horse litter, coach, and padnag with its pillion, the mode of conveyance then used by the million, all gallant and grand, defiled from the Strand, some through Chancery, then an unpaved and much wetter lane, others through Shoe, which was not a whit better, lane, others through Futars, corrupted to Fetter lane. Some from Cheapside and St. Mary le Bow, from Bishopsgate Street, Downgate Hill, and Budge Row. Footnote. Sir Francis Drake's house, the arbor, stood here. End footnote. They come and they go, squire and dame, belle and beau, down Snore Hill, which we have since whitewashed to snow, all eager to see the magnificent show, and sport what some call a fantastical tow, in silk and in satin, to batten and fatten upon the good cheer of Sir Christopher Hatton. A flourish, trumpets, sound again. He comes, bold Drake, the chief who made a fine hash of all the powers of Spain, and so served out their grand armada. With him come Frobisher and Hawkins, in yellow ruffs, rosettes, and stockings. Room for my lord, proud Leicester's earl, retires away from courtly cares, who took his wife, poor hapless girl, and pitched her neck and heel downstairs, proving in hopes to wed a richer, if not her friend, at least her pitcher. A flourish, trumpets, strike the drums! Will Shakespeare, never of his pen sick, is here next. Dr. Masters comes, renowned afar for curing men sick. Queen's Sergeant Barham with his bums, and tipstaves, coif, and wig forensic. He lost, unless Sir Richard lies, his life at the famous Black Assizes. Footnote, called by Sir Richard Baker the famous lawyer. See his chronicle. End footnote. Room, room for great Cecil, place, place for his dame, room, room for Southampton, for Sidney, whose name, as a pro-chevalier in the records of fame, beats Banagher. E'en now his praises we all sing 'em, knight, poet, gentleman, room for sage Walshingham. Room for Lord Hunsdon, for Sussex, for Raleigh, for Ingoldsby. Oh, it's not enough to appall ye. Dear me, how they call, how they squall, how they bawl. This dame has lost her shoe, that one her shawl. My lord's got a tumble, my lady a fall. Now a hall, a brawl, a brawl. Here's my Lord Keeper Hatton, so stately and tall, has led out Lady Hunsdon to open the ball. Fiddlers, fiddlers, fiddle away, resin your catgut, fiddle and play. A rondelay, fiddle away. Obey, obey, hear what they all say. Hip, music, nosy, play up their play. Never was anything half so gay as Sir Christopher Hatton's grand holiday. The clock strikes 12. Who cares for the clock? Who cares for, hark, what a loud single knock! Dear me, who can it be? Why, who can be coming at this time of night with a knock like that, honest folk, to affright? Affright? Yes, affright. There are many who mock at fear, and in danger stand firm as a rock, whom the roar of the battlefield never could shock, yet quail at the sound of a vile single knock. Hark! What can the porter be thinking of? What? If the booby had not let him in, I'll be shot. Dear me, how hot the room's all at once got, and what rings through the roof? It's the sound of a hoof. It's some donkey a-coming upstairs at full trot. Stay, the folding door's open, the leaves are thrown back, and in dances a tall figurant, all in black. Gracious me, what an entrechat! Oh, what a bound! Then what with an aplume he comes down to the ground. Look there, now he's up in the air! Now he's here, now he's there, now he's no one knows where. See, he's kicked over a table and a chair. There they go, all the strawberries, flowers, and sweet herbs, turned o'er and over, down on the floor. Ere caper he cuts, oversets, or disturbs all the keens, seedlings, and wilmets superbs. There's a pirouette, we're all a great deal too near. A ring, give him room, or he'll shin you, stand clear. There's a spring again, oh, 'tis quite frightful, oh dear. His toes broke the top of the glass chandelier. Now he's down again. Look at the conges and bows and salams which he makes to the dame of the house, Lady Alice, the noble treasurer's spouse. Come now, we shall view a grand pas de deux, performed in the very first style by these two. But no, she recoils. She could scarce look more pale if, instead of a bow, 'twas the bow of a bailiff. He holds out his hand, she declines it, and draws back her own. See, he grasps it with horrible black claws, like the short, sharp, strong nails of a polar bear's paws. Then she screamed such a scream, such another I deem, as long after Miss Mary Brown screamed in her dream. Footnote, vide the celebrated ballad of Giles Scroggins. Cutnash's edition, 7 Dials, London, 1841. End footnote. Well, she might, for 'twas shrewdly remarked by her page, a sharp little boy about 12 years of age, who was standing close by when she uttered her cry, that the whole of her arm shriveled up and grew dry, while the fingers and thumb of the hand he had got in his clutches became on the instant red-hot. Now he whirls and he twirls through the girls and their curls and their rouge and their feathers and diamonds and pearls, now high, now low, now fast and now slow, in terrible circumgyration they go, the flame-colored belle and her coffee-faced beau. Up they go at once, and up they go twice, round the hall, and now up they go thrice. Now one grand pirouette, the performance to crown. Now again they go up, and they never come down. The thunder roars, and the rain it pours, and the lightning comes in through the windows and doors. Then more calling, and bawling, and squalling, and falling. Oh, what a fearful stramash they are all in! Out they all sally, the whole corps de ballet. Some dash down Holborn Hill into the valley, where stagnates Fleet Ditch at the end of Harp Alley. Some t'other way with a speed quite amazing, nor pause to take breath till they get beyond Gray's Inn. In every sense of the word, such a rout of it never was made in London or out of it. When they came the next day to examine the scene, there was scarcely a vestige of all that had been. The beautiful tapestry, blue, red, and green, was all blackened and scorched, and looked dirty and mean. All the crookery broken, dish, plate, and tureen, while those who had looked up could perceive in the roof one very large hole in the shape of a hoof. Of poor Lady Hatton, it's needless to say, no traces have ever been found to this day, or the terrible dancer who whisked her away, but out in the courtyard, and just in that part where the pump stands, lay bleeding a large human heart, and sundry large stains of blood and of brains, which had not been washed off notwithstanding the rains, appeared on the wood and the handle and chains, as if somebody's head with a very hard thump had been recently knocked on the top of the pump. That pump is no more, that of which you've just read, but they put a new iron one up in its stead. And still it is said, at that small hour so dread, when all sober people are cozy in bed, there may sometimes be seen on a moonshiny night, standing close by the new pump, a lady in white, who keeps pumping away with, 'twould seem, all her might, though never a drop comes her pains to requite, and hence many passengers now are debarred from proceeding at night through Bleeding Heart Yard. Moral: Fair ladies attend, and if you've a friend at court, don't attempt to bamboozle or trick her. Don't meddle with negus or any mixed liquor. Don't dabble in magic. My story has shown how wrong 'tis to use any charms but your own. Young gentlemen, too, may, I think, take a hint of the same kind from what I've here ventured to print. All conjuring's bad. They may get in a scrape before they're aware, in whatever its shape, they may find it no easy affair to escape. It's not everybody that comes off so well from leisure domain tricks as Mr. Brunel. Don't dance with a stranger who looks like a guy, and when dancing don't cut your capers too high. Depend on the faults in your methods of waltzing. If ever you kick out the candles, don't try. At a ball or a play or any soiree, when a petit souper constitutes the après, if strawberries and cream with champagne form a part, take care of your head, and take care of your heart. If you want a new house for yourself and your spouse, buy or build one, and honestly pay every brick for it. Don't be so greedy as to go to old Nick for it. Go to George Robbins, he'll find you a perch. Dulce dumum's his word, without robbing the church. The last piece of advice which I'd have you regard is, don't go of a night into Bleeding Heart Yard. It's a dark little, dirty, black, ill-looking square with queer people about, and unless you take care, you may find, when your pocket's cleaned out and left bare, that the iron one is not the only pump there. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series, by Richard Harris Barham. The Forlorn One. Ah, why those piteous sounds of woe, lone wanderer of the dreary night? Thy gushing tears in torrents flow, thy bosom pants in wild affright. And thou, within whose iron breast those frowns austere too truly tell, mild pity, heaven-descended guest, hath never, never deigned to dwell. That rude, uncivil touch forego, stern despot of a fleeting hour, nor make the angels weep to know the fond, fantastic tricks of power. Know'st thou not mercy is not strained, but droppeth as the gentle dew? And while it blesseth him who gained, it blesseth him who gave it too. Say, what art thou, and what is he, pale victim of despair and pain, whose streaming eyes and bended knee sue to thee thus, and sue in vain? Cold, callous man, he scorns to yield, or aught relax his felon gripe, but answers, I'm Inspector Field, and this here warmint's prigged your wipe. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patrick Wallace. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series, by Richard Harris Barham. Jerry Jarvis's Wig, a legend of the Weald of Kent. The wig's the thing, the wig, the wig. Old song. Joe, said old Jarvis, looking out of his window. It was his ground floor back. Joe, you seem to be very hot, Joe, and you've got no wig. Yes, sir, quoth Joseph, pausing and resting upon his spade. It's as hot a day as ever I see. But the salary must be got in, or there'll be no autumn crop, and... Well, but, Joe, the sun's so hot, and it shines so on your bald head, it makes one wink to look at it. You'll have a coup de soleil, Joe." "A what, sir?" "No matter. It's very hot working. And if you'll step indoors, I'll give you—" "Thank you, your honour. A drop of beer will be very acceptable." Joe's countenance brightened amazingly. "Joe, I'll give you my old wig." The countenance of Joseph fell. His grey eye had glistened as a blessed vision of double X flitted athwart his fancy. Its glance faded again into the old, filmy, gooseberry-coloured hue as he growled in a minor key, "A wig, sir?" "Yes, Joe, a wig. The man who does not study the comfort of his dependents is an unfeeling scoundrel. You shall have my old worn-out wig." "I hope, sir, you'll give me a drop of beer to drink your honour's health in. It is very hot, and—" "Come in, Joe, and Mrs. Witherspoon shall give it you." "Heaven bless your honour," said honest Joe, striking his spade perpendicularly into the earth and walking with more than usual alacrity towards the close-cut, quick-set hedge which separated Mr. Jarvis's garden from the high road. From the quick-set hedge aforesaid he now raised with all due delicacy a well-worn and somewhat dilapidated jacket, of a stuff by drapers most pseudonymously termed everlasting. Alack, alack, what is there to which tempus edax rerum will accord that epithet? In its high and palmy days it had been all of a piece, but as its master's eye now fell upon it, the expression of his countenance seemed to say with Octavian, "Those days are gone, Floranthe." It was now, from frequent patching, a coat not unlike that of the patriarch, one of many colours. Joseph Washford inserted his wrists into the corresponding orifices of the tattered garment, and with a steadiness of circumgyration, to be acquired only by long and sufficient practice, swung it horizontally over his ears, and settled himself into it. "Confound your old jacket!" cried a voice from the other side of the hedge. "Keep it down, you rascal! Don't you see my horse is frightened at it?" "Sensible beast," apostrophised Joseph. "I've been frightened at it myself every day for the last 2 years." The gardener cast a rueful glance at its sleeve, and pursued his way to the door of the back kitchen. "Joe," said Mrs. Witherspoon, a fat comely dame of about 45, "Joe, your master is but too good to you. He is always kind and considerate. Joe, he has desired me to give you his old wig." "And the beer, Ma'am Witherspoon?" said Washford, taking the proffered caxon and looking at it with an expression somewhat short of rapture. "And the beer, ma'am?" "The beer, you guzzling wretch! What beer? Master said nothing about no beer. You ungrateful fellow, has he not given you a wig?" "Why, yes, Madam Witherspoon. But then, you see, his honour said it was very hot, and I'm very dry, and—" "Go to the pump, sot," said Mrs. Witherspoon, as she slammed the back door in the face of the petitioner. Mrs. Witherspoon was of the Lady Huntingdon persuasion, and honorary assistant secretary to the Appledore branch of the Ladies' Grand Junction Water-Working Temperance Society. Joe remained for a few minutes lost in mental abstraction. He looked at the door, he looked at the wig. His first thought was to throw it into the pigsty. His corruption rose, but he resisted the impulse. He got the better of Satan. The half-formed imprecation died before it reached his lips. He looked disdainfully at the wig. It had once been a comely jersey enough, of the colour of overbaked gingerbread, one of the description commonly known during the latter half of the last century by the name of a brown George. The species, it is to be feared, is now extinct, but a very few of the same description might, till very lately, be occasionally seen. Rarinantes ingurgite vasto, the glorious relics of a bygone day, crowning the cerebellum of some venerated and venerable provost or judge of assize. But Mr. Jarvis's wig had one peculiarity. Unlike most of its fellows, it had a tail, cribbed and confined, indeed, by a shabby piece of faded shalloon. Washford looked at it again. He shook his bald head. The wig had certainly seen its best days. Still, it had about it something of an air of faded gentility, It was, like ancient Rome, majestic in decay, and as the small ale was not to be forthcoming, why, after all, an old wig was better than nothing. Mr. Jeremiah Jarvis of Appledore in the Weald of Kent was a gentleman by Act of Parliament, one of that class of gentlemen who, disdaining the bourgeois-sounding name of attorney at law, are by a legal fiction denominated solicitors. I say by a legal fiction, for surely the general tenor of the intimation received by such as enjoy the advantage of their correspondence has little in common with the idea usually attached to the term solicitation. "If you don't pay my bill and costs, I'll send you to jail," is a very energetic entreaty. There are, it is true, etymologists who derive their style and title from the Latin infinitive solicitare, to make anxious. In all probability they are right. If this be the true etymology of his title, as it was the main end of his calling, then was Jeremiah Jarvis a worthy exemplar of the genus to which he belonged. Few persons in his time had created greater solicitude among his Majesty's lieges within the Weald. He was rich, of course. The best house in the country town is always the lawyer's, and it generally boasts a green door, stone steps, and a brass knocker. In neither of these appendages to opulence was Jeremiah deficient. But then he was so very rich. His reputed wealth, indeed, passed all the common modes of accounting for its increase. True, he was so universal a favourite that every man whose will he made was sure to leave him a legacy. That he was a sort of general assignee to all the bankruptcies within 20 miles of Appledore, was clerk to half the trusts, and treasurer to most of the rates, funds, and subscriptions in that part of the country. That he was land agent to Lord Mount Rhino, and steward to the rich Miss Tabbytail of Smerrydale Hall. That he had been guardian to 3 young profligates, who all ran through their property, which somehow or another came at last into his hands at an equitable valuation. Still, his possessions were so considerable as not to be altogether accounted for in vulgar esteem, even by these and other honourable modes of accumulation. Nor were there wanting those who conscientiously entertained a belief that a certain dark-coloured gentleman of indifferent character, known principally by his predilection for appearing in perpetual mourning, had been through life his great friend and counsellor, and had mainly assisted in the acquirement of his revenues. That old Jerry Jarvis had sold himself to the devil was indeed a dogma which it were heresy to doubt in Appledore. On this head, at least, there were few schismatics in the parish. When the worthy solicitor next looked out of his ground floor back, he smiled with much complacency at beholding Joe Washford again hard at work in his wig, the little tail aforesaid oscillating like a pendulum in the breeze. If it be asked what could induce a gentleman whose leading principle seems to have been self-appropriation to make so magnificent a present, the answer is that Mr. Jarvis might perhaps have thought an occasional act of benevolence necessary, or politic. He is not the only person who, having stolen a quantity of leather, has given away a pair of shoes pour l'amour de Dieu. Perhaps he had other motives. Joe, meanwhile, worked away at the celery bed, but truth obliges us to say neither with the same degree of vigour or perseverance as had marked the earlier efforts of the morning. His pauses were more frequent. He rested longer on the handle of his spade, while ever and anon his eye would wander from the trench beneath him to an object not unworthy the contemplation of a natural philosopher. This was an apple-tree. Fairer fruit never tempted Eve or any of her daughters. The bending branches groaned beneath their luxuriant freight, and, drooping to earth, seemed to ask the protecting aid of man either to support or to relieve them. The fine rich glow of their sun-streaked clusters derived additional loveliness from the level beams of the descending day-star. An anchorite's mouth had watered at the pippins. On the precise graft of the espalier of Eden, Senconiathon, Manetho, and Berosus are undecided. The best informed Talmudists, however, have it, if we are to believe Dr. Benner's German version, pronounced it a ribstone pippin, and a ribstone pippin tree it was that now attracted the optics and discomposed the inner man of the thirsty, patient, but perspiring gardener. The heat was still oppressive. No beer had moistened his lip, though its very name, uttered as it was in the ungracious tones of a Witherspoon, had left behind a longing as intense as fruitless. His thirst seemed supernatural, when at this moment his left ear experienced a slight and tickling sensation, such as we are assured is occasionally produced by an infinitesimal dose in homeopathy. A still, small voice. It was as though a daddy longlegs were whispering in his tympanum. The small voice seemed to say, "Joe, take an apple, Joe." Honest Joseph started at the suggestion. The rich crimson of his jolly nose deepened to a purple tint in the beams of the setting sun. His very forehead was incarnadine. He raised his hand to scratch his ear. The little tortuous tail had worked its way into it. He pulled it out by the bit of shalloon and allayed the itching, then cast his eye wistfully towards the mansion, where his master was sitting by the open window. Joe pursed up his parched lips into an arid whistle, and with a desperate energy struck his spade once more into the celery bed. Alack, alack, what a piece of work is man! How short his triumphs, how frail his resolutions! From this fine and very original moral reflection we turn reluctantly to record the sequel. The celery bed alluded to as the main scene of Mr. Washwood's operations was drawn in a rectilinear direction nearly across the whole breadth of the parallelogram that comprised the kitchen garden. Its northern extremity abutted to the hedge before mentioned. Its southern one, woe is me that it should have been so, was in fearful vicinity to the ribstone pippin tree. One branch, low bowed to earth, seemed ready to discharge its precious burden into the very trench. As Joseph stooped to insert the last plant with his dibble, an apple of more than ordinary beauty bobbed against his knuckles. "He's taking snuff, Joe," whispered the same small voice. The tail had twisted itself into its old position. "He is sneezing. Now, Joe, now." And ere the agitated horticulturist could recover from his surprise and alarm, the fruit was severed, and in his hand. "Hee!" shrilly laughed, or seemed to laugh, that accursed little pigtail. Washwood started at once to the perpendicular. With an enfrenzied grasp he tore the jersey from his head, and with that in one hand and his ill-acquired spoil in the other, he rushed distractedly from the garden. All that night was the humble couch of the once happy gardener haunted with the most fearful visions. He was stealing apples, he was robbing hen roosts, he was altering the chalks upon the milk score, he had purloined 3 chemises from a hedge, and he awoke in the very act of cutting the throat of one of Squire Hodge's sheep. A clammy dew stood upon his temples. The cold perspiration burst from every pore. He sprang in terror from the bed. "Why, Joe, what ails thee, man?" cried the usually incurious Mrs. Washwood. "What be the matter with thee? Thee's done nothing but grunt and growl all night long, and now thee just stare as if thee saw summat. What be's it, Joe?" A long-drawn sigh was her husband's only answer. His eye fell upon the bed. "How the devil came that there?" quoth Joseph with a sudden recoil. "Who put that thing on my pillow?" "Why, I did, Joseph. The old nightcap is in the wash, and thee did toss and tumble so and kick the clothes off. I thought thee mightest catch cold, so I clapped wig atop of the head." And there it lay, the sinister-looking tail impudently perked up, like an infernal gnomon on a satanic dial plate. Larceny and ovicide shone in every hair of it. The dawn was overcast, the morning lowered, and heavily in clouds brought on the day, when Joseph Washwood once more repaired to the scene of his daily labours. A sort of unpleasant consciousness flushed his countenance and gave him an uneasy feeling as he opened the garden gate. For Joe, generally speaking, was honest as the skin between his eyebrows. His hand faltered as it pressed the latch. "Boo, boo, 'twas but an apple after all," said Joseph. He pushed open the wicket and found himself beneath the tempting tree. But vain now were all its fascinations. Like fairy gold seen by the morning light, its charms had faded into very nothingness. Worlds, to say nothing of apples, which in shape resembled them, would not have brought him to stretch forth an unhallowed hand again. He went steadily to his work. The day continued cloudy. Huge drops of rain fell at intervals, stamping his bald pate with spots as big as halfpence. But Joseph worked on. As the day advanced, showers fell thick and frequent. The fresh-turned earth was itself fragrant as a bouquet. Joseph worked on. And when at last Jupiter Pluvius descended in all his majesty, soaking the ground into the consistency of a dingy pudding, he put on his parti-coloured jacket and strode towards his humble home, rejoicing in his renewed integrity. 'Twas but an apple after all. Had it been an apple pie, indeed? An apple pie! The thought was a dangerous one, too dangerous to dwell on. But Joseph's better genius was at this time Lord of the Ascendant. He dismissed it and passed on. On arriving at his cottage, an air of bustle and confusion prevailed within, much at variance with the peaceful serenity usually observable in its economy. Mrs. Washford was in high dudgeon. Her heels clattered on the red-tiled floor, and she whisked about the house like a parched pea upon a drumhead. Her voice, generally small and low, an excellent thing in woman, was pitched at least an octave above its ordinary level. She was talking fast and furious. Something had evidently gone wrong. The mystery was soon explained. That cussed old toad of a cat had got into the dairy and licked off the cream from the only pan their single cow had filled that morning, and there she now lay, purring as in scorn. Tib, heretofore the meekest of mouses, the honestest, the least scuttle of the feline race, a cat that one would have sworn might have been trusted with untold fish. Yes, there was no denying it, proofs were too strong against her. Yet there she lay, hardened in her iniquity, coolly licking her whiskers, and reposing quietly upon what? Jerry Jarvis's old wig. The patience of a stoic must have yielded. It had been too much for the temperament of the man of us. Joseph Washford lifted his hand, that hand which had never yet been raised on Tibby, save to fondle and caress. It now descended on her devoted head in one tremendous douse. Never was cat so astonished, so enraged. All the tiger portion of her nature rose in her soul. Instead of galloping off, hissing and sputtering, with arched back and tail erected, as any ordinary grimalkin would unquestionably have done under similar circumstances, she paused a moment, drew back on her haunches. All her energies seemed concentrated for one prodigious spring. A demoniac fire gleamed in her green and yellow eyeballs, as, bounding upwards, she fixed her talons firmly in each of her assailant's cheeks. Many and many a day after was sadly visible the marks of those envenomed claws. Then, dashing over his shoulder with an unearthly mew, she leapt through the open casement and was seen no more. "The devil's in the cat," was the apostrophe of Mrs. Margaret Washford. Her husband said nothing, but thrust the old wig into his pocket and went to bathe his scratches at the pump. Day after day, night after night, 'twas all the same. Joe Washford's life became a burden to him. His natural upright and honest mind struggled hard against the frailty of human nature. He was ever restless and uneasy. His frank, open, manly look that blenched not from the gaze of the spectator, was no more. A sly and sinister expression had usurped the place of it. Mr. Jeremiah Jarvis had little of what the world calls taste, still less of science. Ackerman would have called him a snob, and Buckland a nincompoop. Of the Horticultural Society, its fates, its fruits, and its fiddlings, he knew nothing. Little recked he of flowers, save cauliflowers, in these indeed he was a connoisseur. To their cultivation and cookery the respective talents of Joe and Madam Witherspoon had long been dedicated. But as for a bouquet, Harden's 37 was the only one fit for a gentleman's nose. And yet, after all, Jerry Jarvis had a good-looking tulip bed. A female friend of his had married a Dutch merchant. Jerry drew the settlements. The lady paid him by a cheque on Childs, the gentleman by a present of a box of roots. Jerry put the latter in his garden. He had rather they had been shallots. Not so his neighbour Jenkinson. He was a man of taste and of science. He was an FRCEBS, which, as he told the vicar, implied Fellow of the Royal Cathartico-Emetico-Botanical Society, and his autograph in Sir John Frostyface's album stood next to that of the Emperor of all the Russias. Neighbour Jenkinson fell in love with the pips and petals of neighbour Jarvis's tulips. There were one or two among them of such brilliant, such surpassing beauty, the cups so well formed, the colours so defined. To be sure, Mr. Jenkinson had enough in his own garden, but then, enough, says the philosopher, always means a little more than a man has got. Alas, alas, Jerry Jarvis was never known to bestow. His neighbour dared not offer to purchase from so wealthy a man, and worse than all, Joe the gardener was incorruptible. Aye, but the wig? Joseph Washford was working away again in the blaze of the midday sun. His head looked like a copper saucepan fresh from the braziers. "Why, where's your wig, Joseph?" said the voice of his master from the well-known window. "What have you done with your wig?" The question was embarrassing. Its tail had tickled his ear till it had made it sore. Joseph had put the wig in his pocket. Mr. Jeremiah Jarvis was indignant. He liked not that his benefits should be ill appreciated by the recipient. "Harkye, Joseph Washford," said he, "either wear my wig or let me have it again." There was no mistaking the meaning of his tones. They were resonant of indignation and disgust, of mingled grief and anger, the amalgamation of sentiment naturally produced by friendship unreturned and unrequited love. Washford's heart smote him. He felt all that was implied in his master's appeal. "It's here, your honour," said he. "I'd only taken it off because we have had a smartish shower, but the sky is brightening now." The wig was replaced, and the little tortuous pigtail wriggled itself into its accustomed position. At this moment neighbour Jenkinson peeped over the hedge. "Joe Washford," said neighbour Jenkinson. "Sir, to you," was the reply. "How beautiful your tulips look after the rain." "Ah, sir, master sets no great store by them flowers," returned the gardener. "Indeed? Then perhaps he would have no objection to part with a few." "Why, no, I don't think master would like to give them or anything else away, sir." And Washford scratched his ear. "Joe," said Mr. Jenkinson. "Joe." "The sublime," observes Longinus, "is often embodied in a monosyllable. Joe." Mr. Jenkinson said no more, but a half-crown shone from between his upraised fingers, and its poor, poor dumb mouth spoke for him. How Joe Washford's left ear did itch. He looked to the ground floor back. Mr. Jarvis had left the window. Mr. Jenkinson's ground plot boasted at daybreak next morning a splendid Semper Augustus, which was not so before. and Joseph Washford was led home, much about the same time in a most extraordinary state of sibilation, from the 3 jolly pot boys. From that hour he was the fiend's. Facilis descensus Averni, says Virgil. It is only the first step that is attended with any difficulty, says somebody else, when speaking of the decollated martyr, St. Denis's walk with his head under his arm. The first step. Joseph Washford had taken that step. He had taken 2, 3, 4 steps, and now from a hesitating, creeping, cat-like mode of progression, he had got into a firmer tread, an amble, a positive trot. He took the family linen to the wash. One of Madam Witherspoon's best Holland chemises was never seen after. Lost? Impossible! How could it be lost? Where could it be gone to? Who could have got it? It was her best, her very best. She should know it among 100, among 1,000. It was marked with a great W in the corner. Lost? Impossible. She would see. Alas, she never did see. The chemise, abit, erupit, evacit, it was, like the lost Pleiad, seen on earth no more. But Joseph Washford's Sunday shirt was seen, finer and fairer than ever, the pride and dulce decus of the meeting. The meeting? Aye, the meeting. Joseph Washford never missed the Appledore Independent Meeting House, whether the service were in the morning or afternoon, whether the Reverend Mr. Sly and Dry exhorted, or made way for the Reverend Mr. Tearbrain. Let who would officiate, there was Joe. As I have said before, he never missed. But other people missed. One missed an umbrella, one a pair of clogs. Farmer Johnson missed his tobacco box, Farmer Jackson his greatcoat, Miss Jackson missed her hymn book, a diamond edition bound in maroon-coloured velvet, with gilt corners and clasps. Everything, in short, was missed, but Joe Washford. There he sat, grave, sedate, and motionless, all save that restless, troublesome, fidgety little pigtail attached to his wig, which nothing could keep quiet, or prevent from tickling and interfering with Miss Thompson's curls as she sat back to back with Joe in the adjoining pew. After the 3rd Sunday, Nancy Thompson eloped with the tall recruiting sergeant of the Connaught Rangers. The summer passed away, autumn came and went, and Christmas, jolly Christmas, that period of which we are accustomed to utter the mournful truism, it comes but once a year, was at hand. It was a fine bracing morning. The sun was just beginning to throw a brighter tint upon the Quaker-coloured ravine of Ollaston Hill, when a medical gentleman, returning to the quiet little village of Ham Street that lies at its foot from a farmhouse at Kingsnorth, rode briskly down the declivity. After several hours of patient attention, Mr. Moneypenny had succeeded in introducing to the notice of 7 little expectant brothers and sisters a remarkably fine child, and was now hurrying home in the sweet hope of a comfortable snooze for a couple of hours before the announcement of tea and muffins should arouse him to fresh exertion. The road at this particular spot had even then been cut deep below the surface of the soil, for the purpose of diminishing the abruptness of the descent, and as either side of the superincumbent banks was clothed with a thick mantle of tangled copsewood, the passage, even by day, was sufficiently obscure, the level beams of the rising or setting sun, as they happened to enfilade the gorge, alone illuminating its recesses. A long stream of rosy light was just beginning to make its way through the vista, and Mr. Moneypenny's nose had scarcely caught and reflected its kindred ray, when the sturdiest and most active cob that ever rejoiced in the appellation of a Suffolk punch brought herself up in mid-career upon her haunches, and that with a suddenness which had almost induced her rider to describe that beautiful mathematical figure, the parabola, between her ears. Peggy, her name was Peggy, stood stock-still, snorting like a stranded grampus, and alike insensible to the gentle hints afforded her by hand and heel. "Get along, Peggy," half exclaimed, half whistled the equestrian. If ever steed said in its heart, "I'll be shot if I do," it was Peggy at that moment. She planted her forelegs deep in the sandy soil, raised her stump of a tail to an elevation approaching the horizontal, protruded her nose like a pointer at a covey, and with expanded nostril continued to snuffle most egregiously. Mr. Geoffrey Gambado, the illustrious master of the horse to the Doge of Venice, tells us in his far-famed treatise on the art equestrian that the most embarrassing position in which a rider can be placed is when he wishes to go one way and his horse is determined to go another. There is, to be sure, a tertium quid, which, though it splits the difference, scarcely obviates the inconvenience. This is when the parties compromise the matter by not going anywhere at all. To this compromise, Peggy and her soi-disant master were now reduced. They had fairly joined issue. "Budge," quoth the doctor. "Budge not," quoth the fiend, for nothing short of a fiend could, of a surety, inspire Peggy at such a time with such unwonted obstinacy. Moneypenny whipped and spurred, Peggy plunged and reared and kicked, and for several minutes to a superficial observer the termination of the contest might have appeared uncertain. But your profound thinker sees at a glance that, however the scales may appear to vibrate, when the question between the sexes is one of perseverance, it is quite a lost case for the masculine gender. Peggy beat the doctor all to sticks, and when he was fairly tired of goading and thumping, maintained her position as firmly as ever. It is of no great use and not particularly agreeable to sit still on a cold frosty morning in January upon the outside of a brute that will neither go forwards nor backwards. So Mr. Moneypenny got off, and muttering curses both loud and deep between his chattering teeth, progressed as near as the utmost extremity of the extended bridle would allow him, to peep among the weeds and brushwood that flanked the road, in order to discover, if possible, what it was that so exclusively attracted the instinctive attention of his Bucephalus. His curiosity was not long at fault. A sunbeam glanced partially upon some object ruddier even than itself. It was a scarlet waistcoat, the wearer of which, overcome perchance by Christmas computation, seemed to have selected for his thrice-driven bed of down the thickest clump of the tallest and most imposing nettles, thereon to doze away the narcotic effects of the superabundant juniper. This, at least, was Mr. Moneypenny's belief, or he would scarcely have uttered at the highest pitch of his contralto, "What are you doing there, you drunken rascal, frightening my horse?" We have already hinted, if not absolutely asserted, that Peggy was a mare, but this was no time for verbal criticism. "Get up, I say, get up and go home, you scoundrel." But the scoundrel and drunken rascal answered not. He moved not, nor could the prolonged shouting of the appellant, aided by significant explosions from a double-thonged whip, succeed in eliciting a reply. No motion indicated that the recumbent figure, whose outline alone was visible, was a living and a breathing man. The clear, shrill tones of a ploughboy's whistle sounded at this moment from the bottom of the hill, where the broad and green expanse of Romney Marsh stretches away from its foot for many a mile, and now gleamed through the mists of morning, dotted and enamelled with its 1,000 flocks. In a few minutes his tiny figure was seen slouching up the ascent, casting a most disproportionate and ogre-like shadow before him. "Come here, Jack," quoth the doctor. "Come here, boy. Lay hold of this bridle, and mind that my horse does not run away." Peggy threw up her head and snorted disdain of the insinuation. She had not the slightest intention of doing any such thing. Mr. Moneypenny, meanwhile, disencumbered of his restive nag, proceeded by manual application to arouse the sleeper. Alas! The 7 of Ephesus might sooner have been awakened from their century of somnolency. His was that dreamless sleep that knows no waking. His cares in this world were over. Vainly did Moneypenny practise his own constant precept, to be well shaken. There lay before him the lifeless body of a murdered man. The corpse lay stretched upon its back, partially concealed, as we have before said, by the nettles which had sprung up among the stumps of the half-grubbed underwood. The throat was fearfully lacerated, and the dark, deep arterial dye of the coagulated blood showed that the carotid had been severed. There was little to denote the existence of any struggle, but as the day brightened, the sandy soil of the road exhibited an impression as of a body that had fallen on its plastic surface and had been dragged to its present position, while fresh horseshoe prints seemed to intimate that either the assassin or his victim had been mounted. The pockets of the deceased were turned out and empty. A hat and heavy loaded whip lay at no great distance from the body. "But what have we here?" quoth Dr. Moneypenny. "What is it that the poor fellow holds so tightly in his hand?" That hand had manifestly clutched some article with all the spasmodic energy of a dying grasp. It was an old wig. Those who are fortunate enough to have seen a Cinque-Port courthouse may possibly define what that useful and most necessary edifice was some 80 years ago. Many of them seem to have undergone little alteration, and are in general of a composite order of architecture, a fanciful arrangement of brick and timber, with what Johnson would have styled interstices reticulated and decussated between intersections of lath and plaster. Its less euphonious designation in the Weald is a noggin. One half the basement story is usually of the more solid material, the other open to the street, from which it is separated only by a row of dingy columns supporting a portion of the superstructure, is paved with tiles and sometimes does duty as a marketplace, while in its centre, flanking the broad staircase that leads to the sessions house above, stands an ominous-looking machine of heavy perforated wood, clasped within whose stern embrace the rude forefathers of the hamlet sleep off occasionally, the drowsiness produced by convivial excess, in a most undignified position, an inconvenience much increased at times by some mischievous urchin who, after abstracting the shoes of the helpless détenu, amuses himself by tickling the soles of his feet. It was in such a place, or rather in the courtroom above, that in the year 1761 a hale, robust man, somewhat past the middle age, with a very bald pate, save where a continued tuft of coarse, wiry hair, stretching from above each ear, swelled out into a greyish-looking bush upon the occiput, held up his hand before a grave and enlightened assemblage of Dymchurch jurymen. He stood arraigned for that offence most heinous in the sight of God and man, the deliberate and cold-blooded butchery of an unoffending, unprepared fellow-creature. Homicidium quod nullo vidente, nullo auscultante clam perpetrator. The victim was one Humphrey Bourne, a reputable grazier of Ivychurch, worthy and well-to-do, though perchance a thought too apt to indulge on a market day when a score of ewes had brought in a reasonable profit. Some such cause had detained him longer than usual at an Ashford cattle show. He had left the town late and alone. Early in the following morning his horse was found standing at his own stable door, the saddle turned round beneath its belly, and much about the time that the corpse of its unfortunate master was discovered some 4 miles off by our friend the pharmacopolist. That poor Bourne had been robbed and murdered there could be no question. Who then was the perpetrator of the atrocious deed? The unwilling hand almost refuses to trace the name of Joseph Washford. Yet so it was. Mr. Jeremiah Jarvis was himself the coroner for that division of the county of Kent known by the name of the Lath of Scray. He had not sat 2 minutes on the body before he recognised his quondam property, and started at beholding in the grasp of the victim, as torn in the death struggle from the murderer's head, his own old wig, his own perky little pigtail tied up with a piece of shabby shalloon, now wriggling and quivering as in salutation of its ancient master. The silver buckles of the murdered man were found in Joe Washford's shoes. Broad pieces were found in Joe Washford's pockets. Joe Washford had himself been found when the hue and cry was up, hid in a corn rig at no great distance from the scene of slaughter, his pruning knife red with the evidence of his crime, the grey hairs yet stuck to the heft. For their humane administration of the laws, the leeches of this portion of the realm have long been celebrated. Here it was that merciful verdict was recorded in the case of the old lady accused of larceny. We find her not guilty, and hope she will never do so any more. Here it was that the more experienced culprit, when called upon to plead with the customary, though somewhat superfluous inquiry as to how he would be tried, substituted for the usual reply, "By God and my country," that of "By your worship and a dim church jury." Here it was, but enough. Not even a dim church jury could resist such evidence, even though the gallows, i.e. the expense of erecting one, stared them as well as the criminal in the face. The very pigtail alone, ever at his ear, a clearer case of suadente diabolo, never was made out. Had there been a doubt, its very conduct in the courthouse would have settled the question. The Reverend Joel Ingoldsby, while chaplain to the Romney bench, has left upon record that, when exhibited in evidence, together with the blood-stained knife, its twistings, its caperings, its gleeful evolutions, quite flabbergasted the jury, and threw all beholders into a consternation. It was remarked, too, by many in the court, that the forensic wig of the recorder himself was, on that trying occasion, palpably agitated, and that its 3 depending, learned-looking tails lost curl at once, and slunk beneath the obscurity of the powdered collar, just as the boldest dog recoils from a rabid animal of its own species, however small and insignificant. Why prolong the painful scene? Joe Washford was tried. Joe Washford was convicted. Joe Washford was hanged. The fearful black gibbet, on which his body clanked in its chains to the midnight winds, frowns no more upon Alderstone Hill. It has sunk beneath the encroaching hand of civilization. But there it might be seen, late in the last century, an awful warning to all bald-pated gentlemen how they wear or accept the old wig of a special attorney. Timeo danos et dona ferentes. Such gifts as we have seen may lead to a morbid delusion, the climax of which is murder. The fate of the wig itself is somewhat doubtful. Nobody seems to have recollected with any degree of precision what became of it. Mr. Ingoldsby had heard that when thrown in the fire by the court-keeper, after whizzing and fizzling and performing all sorts of supernatural antics and contortions, it at length whirled up the chimney with a bang that was taken for the explosion of one of the Feversham powder mills 20 miles off, while others insinuate that in the great storm which took place on the night when Mr. Jeremiah Jarvis went to his long home, wherever that may happen to be, and the whole of the marsh appeared as one broad sheet of flame, something that looked very like a fiery wig, perhaps a miniature comet, it had unquestionably a tail, was seen careering in the blaze, and seeming to ride on the whirlwind and direct the storm. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series, by Richard Harris Barham. Unsophisticated Wishes, by Miss Jemima Ingoldsby, aged 15. Communicated by her cousin Tom. Oh, how I should like in a coach to ride, like the sheriffs I saw upon Lord Mayor's day, with a coachman and little postillion astride on the back of the leader, a prancing bay. And then behind it, oh, I should glory to see the tall serving men standing upright, like the two who attend Mr. Montefiore. Sir Moses, I should say, for now he's a knight. And then the liveries. I know it is rude to find fault, but I hint as he can't see me blush, that I'd not have the things I can only allude to either orange in hue or constructed of plush. But their coats and their waistcoats and hats are delightful, their charming silk stockings. I vow and declare our John's ginger gaiters so wrinkled and frightful, I'll never again shall be able to bear. Oh, how I should like to have diamonds and rubies and large plume of feathers and flowers in my hair. My gracious, to think how our Tom and those boobies Jack Smith and his friend Mr. Thompson would stare. Then how I should like to drive to Guildhall and see the nobility flocking in shoals, with their 2 guinea tickets to dance at the ball which the Lord Mayor gives for a leaf of the poles. And to look at the gas so uncommonly pretty, and the stars and the armour all just as they were, the day that the Queen came in state to the city to dine with the whole corporation and mayor. How I should like to see Jane and Letitia, Miss Jones and the 2 Mrs. Frump sitting still, while dear Ensign Brown of the West Kent Militia solicits my hand for the supper quadrille. With his fine white teeth, and his cheek like a rose, and his black cravat, and his diamond pin, and the nice little moustache under his nose, and the dear little tuft on the tip of his chin. And how I should like some fine morning to ride in my coach and my white satin shoes and gown to St. James's Church with a beau by my side, and I shouldn't much care if his name was Brown. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series, by Richard Harris Barham. Hermann, or the Broken Spear. An emperor, famous in council and camp, has a son who turns out a remarkable scamp, takes to dicing and drinking, and damning and sinking, and carries off maids, wives, and widows like winking. Since the days of Arminius, his namesake, then Hermann, there never was seen a more profligate German. He escapes from the city, and joins some banditti, insensible quite to remorse, fear, and pity. Joins in all their carousals and revels and robberies, and in kicking up all sorts of shindies and bobberies. Well, hearing one day his associates say that a bridal procession was coming their way, inflamed with desire, he breaks into a priory, and kicking out every man jack of a friar, he upsets in a twinkling the mass books and hassocks, and dresses his rogues in the clergyman's cassocks. The new married folks, taken in by this hoax, Mr. Hermann grows frisky and full of his jokes. To the serious chagrin of her late happy suitor, catching hold of the bride, he attempts to salute her. Now heaven knows what had become of the lot. It's turtle to tripe, they'd have all gone to pot. If a dumb lady one of her friends had not run to her aid and quite scandalized, stopped all his fun. Just conceive what a caper he cut when her taper long fingers scrawled this upon whitey brown paper, At the instant he seized, and before he had kissed her, "Had done, Mr. Hermann, for shame, it's your sister." His hair stands on end, he desists from his tricks, and remains in a pretty particular fix. As he knows Sir John Nichol still keeps rods in pickle, offences of this kind severely to tickle, at so near an escape from his court and its sentence, his eyes fill with tears and his breast with repentance. So picking and stealing and unrighteous dealing of all sorts he cuts from this laudable feeling. Of wickedness weary, with many a tear he now takes a French leave of the vile condottieri. And the next thing we hear of this penitent villain, he is begging in rags in the suburbs of Milan. Half starved, meagre, and pale, his energies fail, when his sister comes in with a pot of mild ale. But though tattered his jerkins, his heart is whole workings. Of conscience debar him from Barclay and Perkins. "I'll drink," exclaims he, "nothing stronger than tea, and that but the worst and the weakest bohea, till I've done, from my past scenes of folly a far actor, some feat shall redeem both my wardrobe and character." At signs of remorse, so decided and visible, naught can equal the joy of his fair sister Isabel, and the dumb lady too, who runs off to a Jew, and buys him a coat of mail, spick and span new, in the hope that his prowess and deeds as a knight will keep his late larcenies quite out of sight. By the greatest good luck, his old friends the banditti choose this moment to make an attack on the city. Now you all know the way heroes hack, hew, and slay, when once they get fairly mixed up in a fray. Hermann joins in the melee, pounds this to a jelly, runs that through the back and a third through the belly, till many a broken bone, bruised rib, and flat head make his ci-devant friends curse the hour that he ratted. Amid so many blows, of course you'll suppose he must get a black eye, or at least bloody nose. "Take that!" cried a bandit, and struck, while he spoke it, his spear in his breast, and in pulling out broke it. Hermann fainted away, when as breathless he lay, a rascal claimed all the renown of the day. A recreant, cowardly, white-livered knight, who had skulked in a furze bush the whole of the fight. But the dumb lady soon put some gin in a spoon, and half strangles poor Hermann, who wakes from his swoon, and exhibits his wound, when the head of the spear fits its handle and makes its identity clear. The murder thus out, Hermann's feted and thanked, while his rascally rival gets tossed in a blanket. And to finish the play, as reformed rakes, they say, make the best of all husbands the very same day, Hermann sends for a priest, as he must wed with some lady, buys a ring and a license, and marries the dumb lady. Moral: take warning, young people of every degree, from Hermann's example, and don't live too free. If you get in bad company, fly from it soon. If you chance to get thrashed, take some gin in a spoon. And remember, since wedlock's not all sugar candy, if you wish to 'scape wigging, a dumb wife's the dandy. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series, by Richard Harris Barham. Hints for an historical play, to be called William Rufus, or The Red Rover. Act 1. Walter Tyrrell, the son of a Norman papa, has somehow or other a Saxon mamma. Though humble, yet far above mere vulgar loons, he's a sort of a sub in the Rufus Dragoons. Has travelled, but comes home abruptly, the rather that some unknown rascal has murdered his father. and scarce has he picked out and stuck in his quiver the arrow that pierced the old gentleman's liver, when he finds, as misfortunes come rarely alone, that his sweetheart has bolted, with whom is not known. But, as murder will out, he at last finds the lady at court with her character grown rather shady. This gives him the blues, and impairs the delight he'd have otherwise felt when they dub him a knight, for giving a runaway stallion a check, and preventing his breaking King Rufus's neck. Act 2. Sir Walter has dressed himself up like a ghost, and frightens a soldier away from his post. Then, discarding his helmet, he pulls his cloak higher, draws it over his ears, and pretends he's a friar. This gains him access to his sweetheart, Miss Fawcett, but the king coming in, he hides up in her closet, where oddly enough, among some of her things, he discovers some arrows he's sure are the king's, of the very same pattern with that which he found sticking into his father when dead on the ground. Forgetting his funk, he bursts open the door, bounces into the drawing-room, stamps on the floor, with an oath on his tongue and revenge in his eye, and blows up King William II sky-high. Swears, storms, shakes his fist, and exhibits such airs that his majesty bids his men kick him downstairs. Act 3. King Rufus is cross when he comes to reflect that as king he's been treated with gross disrespect. So he pens a short note to a holy physician, and gives him a rather unholy commission, viz., to mix up some arsenic and ale in a cup, which the chances are Tyrrell may find and drink up. Sure enough, on the very next morning Sir Walter perceives in his walks this same cup on the altar. As he feels rather thirsty, he's just about drinking, when Miss Fawcett in tears comes in running like winking. He pauses, of course, and as she's thirsty too, says very politely, "Miss, I after you." The young lady curtsies, and being so dry, raises somehow her fair little finger so high, that there's not a drop left him to wet t'other eye, while the dose is so strong, to his grief and surprise, she merely says, "Thank'ee, Sir Walter," and dies. At that moment the king, who is riding to cover, pops in en passant on the desperate lover, who has vowed not 5 minutes before to transfix him. So he does, he just pulls out his arrow and sticks him. From the strength of his arm and the force of his blows, the red-bearded rover falls flat on his nose. And Sir Walter, thus having concluded his quarrel, walks down to the footlights and draws this fine moral: Ladies and gentlemen, lead sober lives, don't meddle with other folks' sweethearts or wives. When you go out a-sporting, take care of your gun, and never shoot elderly people in fun. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series, by Richard Harris Barham. Marie Mignot. Miss Marie Mignot was a nice little maid, her uncle a cook, and a laundress her trade, and she loved as dearly as anyone can Mr. Lagardy, a nice little man. But oh, story of woe, a sad interloper, one Monsieur Modeau, ugly and old, with plenty of gold, made his approach in an elegant coach. Her fancy was charmed with the splendor and show, and he bore off the false-hearted Molly Mignot. Monsieur Modeau was crazy and old, and Monsieur Modeau caught a terrible cold. His nose was stuffed, and his throat was sore. He had physic by the quart, and doctors by the score. They sent squills and pills and very long bills, and all they could do did not make him get well. He sounded his M's and his N's like an L. A shocking bad cough at last took him off, and Mr. Lagardy, her former young beau, came a-courtin' again to the widow Mignot. Mr. Lagardy, to gain him éclat, had cut the cook's shop and followed the law, and when Monsieur Mignot set out on his journey, was an articled clerk to a special attorney. He gave her a call on the day of a ball, to which she'd invited the court, camp and all. But poor dear Lagardy again was too tardy, for a Marshal of France had just asked her to dance. In a twinkling, the ci-devant Madame Mignot was wife of the Marshal, Lord Marquess Dinot. Mr. Lagardy was shocked at the news, and went and enlisted at once in the Blues. The Marquess Dinot felt a little so-so, took physic, grew worse, and had notice to go. He died and was shelved, and his lady so gay smiled again on Lagardy, now placed on full pay, a Swedish field marshal with a guinea a day, when an old ex-king just showed her the ring. To be queen, she conceived, was a very fine thing. But the king turned a monk, and Lagardy got drunk, and said to the lady with a deal of ill breeding, "You may go to the devil, and I'll go to Sweden." Thus between the two stools, like some other fools, her ladyship found herself plump on the ground. So she cried, and she stamped, and she sent for a hack, and she drove to a convent, and never came back. Moral: wives, maidens, and widows, attend to my lay. If a fine moral lesson you'd draw from a play, to the Haymarket go, and see Marie Mignot. Miscellany plays Marie, and Williams Mignot. Mrs. Glover and Vining are really quite shining, and though Thompson for a Marquess has almost too much carcass, yet it's not fair to pass him, or John Cooper's Casimir, and the piece would be barren without Mr. Farren. No matter, go there, and they'll teach you the guilt of coquetting and ogling and playing the jilt. Such folks gallop a while, but at last they get spilt. Had Molly Mignot behaved comme il faut, nor married the lawyer, nor Marquess Dinot, she had ne'er been a nun whose fare very hard is, but the mother of half a score little Lagardys. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series, by Richard Harris Barham. The Truants. 3 little demons have broken loose from the National School below. They are resolved to play truant today. Their primer and slate they have cast away, and away, away they go. Hey boys, hey boys! Up go we, who's so merry as we 3? The reek of that most infernal pit, where sinful souls are stewing, rises so black that in viewing it, 1,000 to 1, but you'd ask with surprise, as its murky columns meet your eyes, pray, is old Nick a-brewing? Thither these 3 little devils repair, and mount by steam to the uppermost air. They have got hold of a wandering star that happened to come within hail. Oh, swiftly they glide as they merrily ride, all a-cock stride of that comet's tail. Oh, the pranks, the merry pranks, the mad pranks these wicked urchins play. They kissed the Virgin and filled her with dread. They popped the scorpion into her bed. They broke the pitcher of poor Aquarius. They stole the arrows of Sagittarius. And they skimmed the Milky Way. They filled the scales with sulphur full. They hallowed the Dog-Star on at the Bull, and pleased themselves with the noise They set the lion on poor Orion. They shaved all the hair off the lesser bear. They kicked the shins of the Gemini twins, those heavenly Siamese boys. Never was such confusion and wrack as they produced in the zodiac. Huzzah, huzzah! Away, away! Let us go down to the earth and play. Now we go up, up, up. Now we go down, down, down. Now we go backwards and forwards. Now we go round, round, round. Thus they gambol and scramble and tear, till at last they arrive at the nethermost air. And pray, now what were these devilets called, these three little fiends so gay? One was Cobb, another was Mob, the last and the least was young Chittabob. Queer little devils were they. Cobb was the strongest, Mob was the wrongest, Chittabob's tail was the finest and longest. Three more frolicsome imps, I ween, Beelzebub's self hath seldom seen. Over mountain, over fell, glassy fountain, mossy dell, rocky island, barren strand, over ocean, over land. With frisk and bound and squeaks and squalls, heels over head and head over heels. With curlings and twistings and twirls and wheeleries, down they drop at the gate of the Tuileries. Courtiers were bowing and making legs, while Charlie Le Roi was bolting eggs. Mob, says Cobb. Chittabob, says Mob. Come here, you young devil, we're in for a job. Up jumps Cobb to the monarch's ear. Charlie, my jolly boy, never fear. If you mind all their jaw about charter and law, you might just as well still be the Count d'Artois. No such thing. Show 'em your king. Tip 'em an ordinance, that's the thing. Charlie dined, took his pen and signed. Then Mob kicked over his throne from behind. Huzzah, huzzah, we may scamper now, for here we have kicked up a jolly good row. Over the water, and over the sea, and over the water with Charlie. Now they came skipping and grinning with glee, not pausing to chaff or to parley. Over, over, on to Dover, on fun intent, all through Kent, these mischievous devils so merrily went. Over hill and over dale, sunken hollow, lofty ridge, frowning cliff and smiling vale, down to the foot of Westminster Bridge. Hollo, says Cobb, there's the Duke and Sir Bob. After 'em, Chittabob, after 'em, Mob. Mob flung gravel and Chittabob pebbles. His Grace cursed them both for a couple of rebels. His feelings were hurt by the stones and the dirt. In went he in an ecstasy, and blew up the nobles of high degree. Mr. Brougham, Mr. Hume, may fret and may fume, and so may all you whom I see in this room. Come weal, come woe, come calm, come storm, I'll see you all blessed ere I give you reform. Bravo, says Chittabob, that's your sort. Come along, schoolfellows, here's more sport. Look there, there's the great Lord Mayor, with the gravest of deputies close to his chair, with Hobler his clerk, just the thing for a lark. Huzzah, huzzah, boys, follow me now. Here we may kick up another good row. Here they are, swift as a star, they shoot in mid-air over Temple Bar. Zack Macaulay beheld the flight of these three little dusky sons of night, and his heart swelled with joy and elation. Oh, I see, quoth he, those niggerlings three, who have just got emancipation. Lord Key took fright at the very first sight. The whole court of aldermen wheeled to the right. Some ran from Chittabob, more from Mob. The great locum tenens jumped up upon Cobb, who roared and ran with the alderman to the Home Office pick-a-back, catch 'em who can. Stay at home, here's a plot, and I can't tell you what. If you don't, I'll be shot, but you'll all go to pot. Ah, little he weened while the ground he thus ran over, 'twas a cob he bestrode, not his white horse from Hanover. Back they came galloping through the Strand, when Joseph Lancaster, stick in hand, popped up his head before 'em. Well, we know that honest old Joe is a sort of high master down below, and teaches the imps decorum. Satan had started him off in a crack to flog those 3 little runaways back. Fear each assails, every one quails. Oh dear, how he'll tickle our little black tails! Have done, here's that son of a gun. Old Joe, come after us, run, boys, run. Off ran Cobb, off ran Mob, and off in a fright ran young Chittabob. Joe caught Chittabob just by the tail, and Cobb by his crumpled horn. Bitterly then did these imps bewail that ever they were born. Mob got away, but none to this day know exactly whither he went. Some say he's been seen about Blackfriars Bridge, and some say he's down in Kent. But where'er he may roam, he has not ventured home since the day the 3 took wing. And many suppose he has changed his clothes, and now goes by the name of Swing. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series, by Richard Harris Barham.The Poplar. Aye, here stands the poplar, so tall and so stately, on whose tender rind, 'twas a little one then, we carved her initials, though not very lately, we think in the year 1810. Yes, here's the G which proclaimed Georgiana, our heart's empress then. See, 'tis grown all askew, and it's not without grief we perforce entertain a conviction it now looks much more like a Q. This should be the great D2 that once stood for Dobbin, her loved patronymic. Ah, can it be so? Its once fair proportions time too has been robbing. A D? Well, be D'd if it isn't an O. Alas, how the soul sentimental it vexes, that thus on our labours stern Kronos should frown, should change our soft liquids to izzards and X's, and turn true love's alphabet all upside down. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series, by Richard Harris Barham. New Maid Honor, imitated from Marshall. A friend I met some half-hour since. Good morrow, Jack, quoth I. The new made knight, like any prince, frowned, nodded, and passed by, when up came Jem. Sir John, your slave. Ah, James, we dine at 8. Fail not, low bows the supple knave. Don't make my lady wait. The king can do no wrong. As I'm a sinner, he spoilt an honest tradesman and my dinner. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd Series, by Richard Harris Barham. My Letters. Littera scripta manet. Old Saw. Another mizzling, drizzling day. Of clearing up there's no appearance, so I'll sit down without delay, and here, at least, I'll make a clearance. Oh, ne'er on such a day as this would Dido with her woes oppressed have wooed Aeneas back to bliss, or Troilus gone to hunt for Cressid. No, they'd have stayed home, like me, and propped their toes upon the fender, and drank a quiet cup of tea. On days like this one can't be tender. So, Molly, draw that basket nigher, and put my desk upon the table. Bring that portfolio. Stir the fire. Now off, as fast as you're able. First, here's a card from Mrs. Grimes. A ball? She knows that I'm no dancer. That woman's asked me 50 times, and yet I never send an answer. Dear Jack, just lend me £20 till Monday next, when I'll return it. Yours truly, Henry Gibbs. Why, zounds, I've seen the man but twice. Here, burn it. One from my cousin, Sophie Daw, full of Aunt Marjorie's distresses. The cat has kittened in the draw, and ruined 2 brand-new silk dresses. From Sam, the Chancellor's motto. Nay, confound his puns, he knows I hate 'em. Pro rege, lege, grege. I, for king, read mob. Brocham's old erratum. From Seraphina Price. At 2, till then I can't, my dearest John, stir. 2 more, because I did not go, beginning wretch and faithless monster. Dear Sir, this morning Mrs. P., who's doing quite as well as may be, presented me at 3:30, precisely, with another baby. We'll name it John, and know with pleasure you'll stand. 5 guineas more, confound it. I wish they'd called it Nebuchadnezzar, or thrown it in the Thames and drowned it. What have we next? Civil, done. John Brown would take it as a favour. Another and a surlier one. I can't put up with such behaviour. Bill so long-standing, quite tired out, must sit down to insist on payment. Called 10 times. Here's a fuss about a few coats, waistcoats, and small raiment. For once I'll send an answer and inform Mr. Snip he needn't call so, but when his bill's as tired of standing as he is, beg 'twill sit down also. This from my rich old Uncle Ned, thanking me for my annual present, and saying he, last Tuesday, wed his cook-maid, Molly, vastly pleasant. An ill-spelt note from Tom at school, begging I'd let him learn the fiddle. Another from that precious fool, Miss Pyfinch, with a stupid riddle. D'ye give it up? Indeed I do. Confound these antiquated minxes. I won't play Billy Black to a blue, or Oedipus to such old sphinxes. A note sent up from Kent to show me, left with my bailiff, Peter King. I'll burn them precious stacks down, blow me. Yours most sincerely, Captain Swing. 4 begging letters with petitions, one from my sister Jane, to pray I'll execute a few commissions in Bond Street when I go that way, and buy at Pearsall's in the city 12 skeins of silk for netting purses. Colour no matter, so it's pretty. 200 pens. 200 curses. From Mistress Jones. My little Billy goes up his schooling to begin. Will you just step to Piccadilly and meet him when the coach comes in? And then perhaps you will, as well, see the poor dear fellow safe to school at Dr. Smith's in Little Chelsea. Heaven send he flog the little fool. From Lady Snooks. Dear Sir, you know you promised me last week a rebus, a something smart and apropos, for my new album. Aid me, Phoebus. My first is followed by my second, yet should my first my second see, a dire mishap it would be reckoned, and sadly shocked my first would be. Were I but what my whole implies, and passed by chance across your portal, you'd cry, Can I believe my eyes? I never saw so queer a mortal. For then my head would not be on, my arms their shoulders must abandon, my very body would be gone, I should not have a leg to stand on. Come, that's dispatched. What follows? Stay. Reform demanded by the nation. Vote for tag rag and bobtail. Aye, by Jove, a blessed reformation. Jack, clap the saddle upon Rose. Or, no, the filly, she's the fleeter. The devil take the rein. Here goes. I'm off, a plumper for St. Peter. End of section 16. Read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2025.
Section 17 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series, by Richard Harris Barham. The Confession. There's somewhat on my breast, Father, there's somewhat on my breast. The lifelong day I sigh, Father, at night I cannot rest. I cannot take my rest, Father, though I would fain do so. A weary weight oppresseth me, this weary weight of woe. 'Tis not the lack of gold, Father, nor want of worldly gear. My lands are broad and fair to see, my friends are kind and dear. My kin are leal and true, Father, they mourn to see my grief. But oh, 'tis not a kinsman's hand can give my heart relief. 'Tis not that Janet's false, Father, 'tis not that she's unkind, though busy flatterers swarm around, I know her constant mind. 'Tis not her coldness, Father, that chills my labouring breast. It's that confounded cucumber I've eat and can't digest. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arnav Darnal. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series, by Richard Harris Barham. Epigram. Brevel, so says a knight of the pen, has exposed himself much at the head of his men. As his men ran away without waiting to fight, to expose himself, thus to be first in the flight. Had it not been as well, when he saw his men quail, to have stayed and exposed himself more at their tail? Or say, is it fair, in this noblest of quarrels, to suffer the chief to engross all the laurels? No, his men, so the muse to all Europe shall sing, have exposed themselves fully as much as their king. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Reilly. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series, by Richard Harris Barham. Song. There sits a bird on yonder tree, more fond than cushat dove. There sits a bird on yonder tree, and sings to me of love. Oh, stoop thee from thine eyrie down, and nestle thee near my heart, for the moments fly, and the hour is nigh, when thou and I must part, my love, when thou and I must part. In yonder covert lurks a fawn, the pride of the sylvan scene. In yonder covert lurks a fawn, and I am his only queen. Oh, bound from thy secret lair, for the sun is below the west. No mortal eye may our meeting spy, for all are closed in rest, my love. Each eye is closed in rest. Oh, sweet is the breath of morn, when the sun's first beams appear. Oh, sweet is the shepherd's strain, when it dies on the listening ear. And sweet the soft voice which speaks the wanderer's welcome home. But sweeter far, by yon pale mild star, with our true love thus to roam, my dear, with our own true love to roam. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arnav Darnal. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series, by Richard Harris Barham. Epigram. eheu fugaces. What Horace says is eheu fugaces, annila buntur, postume, postume. Years glide away, and are lost to me, lost to me. Now, when the folks in the dance sport their merry toes, Talionis and Elsles, Juvenes and Ceritos, sighing, I murmur, O mihi praeteritos. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arnav Darnal. The Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series, by Richard Harris Barham. Song. 'Tis sweet to think the pure ethereal being, whose mortal form reposes with the dead, still hovers round unseen, yet not unseeing, benignly smiling o'er the mourner's bed. She comes in dreams, a thing of light and lightness. I hear her voice in still small accents tell of realms of bliss and never-fading brightness, where those who loved on earth together dwell. Ah, yet awhile, blessed shade, thy flight delaying, the kindred soul with mystic converse cheer, to her rapt gaze in visions bland displaying the unearthly glories of thy happier sphere. Yet remain, till freed like thee, delighted, she spurns the thraldom of encumbering clay. Then, as on earth, in tenderest love united, together seek the realms of endless stay. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Ingoldsby Legends 3rd series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ingoldsby Legends 3rd series by Richard Harris Barham. As I Laye A-Thynkynge. The last lines of Thomas Ingoldsby. As I lay a-thinking, 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 Mary sang the birdie as she sat upon the spray. There came a noble knight, with his hauberk shining bright, and his gallant heart was light, free and gay. As I lay a-thinking, he rode upon his way. As I lay a-thinking, 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 sadly sang the birdie as she sat upon the tree. There seemed a crimson plain where a gallant knight lay slain, and a steed with broken rein ran free. As I lay a-thinking, most pitiful to see. As I lay a-thinking, a-thinking, a-thanking, Mary sang the birdie as she sat upon the bough. A lovely maid came by, and a gentle youth was nigh, and he breathed many a sigh and a vow. As I lay a-thinking, her heart was gladsome now. As I lay a-thinking, 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 sadly sang the bird as she sat upon the thorn. No more a youth was there, but a maiden rent her hair and cried, in sad despair, that I was born. As I lay a-thinking, she perished forlorn. As I lay a-thinking, 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 sweetly sang the bird as she sat upon the briar. There came a lovely child, and his face was meek and mild, yet joyously he smiled on his sire. As I lay a-thinking, a cherub mote admire. As I lay a-thinking, 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 and sadly sang the bird as it perched upon a bier. That joyous smile was gone, and the face was white and wan, and the down upon the swan doth appear. As I lay a-thinking, oh, bitter flowed the tear.
As I lay a-thinking, the golden sun was sinking. Oh, Mary sang that bird as it glittered on her breast with 1,000 gorgeous dyes, while soaring to the skies, mid the stars she seemed to rise as to her nest. As I lay a-thinking, her meaning was expressed. Follow, follow me away, it boots not to delay. 'Twas so she seemed to say, here is rest.
End of section 22. Read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2025. End of the Ingoldsby Legends, 3rd series by Richard Harris Barham.